In front of us is a large room illuminated by a blue neon lamp. Unusual systems with tubes and buttons. In one of them lies a man. Another man standing above him, holding a flask in his hand, exclaimed, "It worked! Finally, the system is able to move into someone. This piece of black quartz will change the world," a satisfied man said, holding a flask with a bright blue crystal in his hand. What amazing power! He looked at a flask with a bright glowing stone from which light emanated in the form of small lightning bolts. What's happening? A strong scream is heard somewhere in the distance, and a huge explosion illuminated everything around. It was a secret military base in the United States. A huge flame illuminated the blue, clear sky with yellow light. Now we face China, Yanzhou City. Recently, in the USA, Japan, and other countries, many cases of invasion by various aliens from other worlds have been recorded. The military police were unable to resist the giant monsters. Many civilians were killed right on the city streets. Experts from different countries began to develop a response strategy. Meanwhile, the young boy was sitting in front of a plate of food. They weren't cooked at all, he thought, slurping. Something suddenly tinkled and came to his phone. New chapters have been released. He read the notification on his phone. Already the 233rd chapter of the manga. Why should I care about wormholes and monsters from other worlds when the chapter of my favorite manga has come out? The guy's name was Cheng. He was 22 years old. He is still very young. After graduating from a third-rate university, he got a dead-end job. All he expects from this life is the release of new chapters of his favorite stump. Meanwhile, something hummed near the closed window, some strange sound, and a stream of strange purple liquid. Black quartz swirled, wrapped in this liquid. Finally it was found. An ideally compatible body was heard simultaneously with some sound that this unusual crystal apparently made. What a stupid guy! A thought flashed through the young guy's head. He had a sharp headache. What? The boy couldn't understand what was happening to him. There was a strong, loud explosion. The glass shattered into small, sharp fragments. What is happening? The guy seemed to be writhing. He rushed here and there, not understanding anything. The introduction into the host was successful. The alien interceptor system has been activated. A voice was heard, as if from the system. The process of strengthening the flesh has begun. The system continued the warning. "How painful it is," the guy exclaimed, squirming. He threw his head back, trying to grab it with his hands. The pain was incredible. "It's like I'm about to be torn apart," the guy continued to wail. Violet-colored swollen veins appeared all over his body. "What's going on?" Chung yelled. Streams of white smoke came from him, from his head, body, and mouth. The guy couldn't understand what was happening. "My head is splitting," he said, sitting on the floor in the lotus position. The guy was holding his head with one hand and the phone with the other. Already on his feet, he looked at the phone. "It's already 10 o'clock, he said in surprise. "I need to go to work," he exclaimed. Why did my body become so airy? He could not understand. His body rose in the air on its own. He has already reached the ceiling. What's wrong with me? Chen thought, resting his head on the ceiling. I think I remember. Last night I had an incredibly strange dream. It was about some kind of system. The boy began to slowly remember. You're talking about the Great Alien Interception System, or EIS for short. From today, you will carry out the most important mission to intercept aliens from other worlds. I will be your guide in this system. He heard a voice. Alien Interception System. I shouldn't have watched that damn news at night, the guy concluded. Because of them, I had a dream where I became a superhero. Besides, it seems I'm still sleeping. He further developed his thought. Let me use my new superpowers, Chung exclaimed, and jumped into the window that had shattered into pieces. He jumped forward without thinking about anything, as if he decided that he had wings. Somehow I don't like all this, he muttered, falling face down on the neighbor's balcony. Aunt Wang, he said, looking at his aunt who was hanging out the washed clothes on the line. In my dream, there is a beauty living below me, the guy thought, not the aunt. Or is this not a dream? Am I going to die crashing on the asphalt? The thought flashed through the sun. Do you think the system is so ill-conceived? Finding a perfectly compatible host was extremely difficult, so I won't let you die easily. Moreover, this is the first chapter, and you, what other death? The voice sounded again. Everything happens in reality, and I didn't crash. It turns out that the alien interceptor system is real. Come on, tell me, how can I save this world? He asked the announcer. To begin, select the class and skill that will be assigned to you, answered the bug. Assigned. Isn't this cheating? The guy thought. Scientist, cultivator, mutant, vampire. The scientist looks cool, but the cultivator is also not bad, the bug announcer continued. So, what to choose? Chung racked his brain. Scientist, mutant, cultivator. That's all the list of classes flashed before the guy's eyes. If you don't make your choice within 10 seconds, the system will randomly assign you a class and skill, the bug explained. Can you not put pressure on me? So, I choose cultivator. And the basic skills of combat, the guy answered. The cultivator class was chosen, the basic skill of combat. It sounded nearby. The bug transmitted all the information to the system. The skill assignment process has started. The system answered. Or should I have chosen something else? Chung cried, unsure of his choice. The initial skill, basics of combat, has been assigned. The system continued. So far it doesn't feel bad at all, the guy said while sitting in the lotus position. Gray wisps of smoke seemed to be coming out of it. Finally, I began to mean something to this world, thought Cheng, clutching a magic quartz stone in his hands. Between heaven and earth, everyone will be under me, the guy exclaimed loudly, pointing his finger upward while on the street. It's a pity for the guy, so young, but already a fool. His grandparents discussed him as they passed by. Warning! If you do not complete the task on time, the system will assign a punishment. The bug buzzed. What? Are there any punishments? The boy got scared. Punishment for failure of the current task. Sexual dysfunction for 3 years, answered the announcer. But the system knows how to motivate. Now nothing can stop me, the guy exclaimed in horror, covering his dignity with his hands. And in the meantime, we see Yanzhou, the city center. Urgent news! Cases of brutal murders have become more frequent in the city. All those killed were girls. There were witnesses near the crime scene who were ready to describe what the suspect looked like. Has anyone actually managed to spot the killer? Let's interview some eyewitnesses, said the woman with the microphone. He's so scary, just terrifying. He was dressed very strangely. I won't even tell you what brand it was. He had a hairstyle, one of the witnesses began to tell. And now another victim has been discovered. The girl was lying on the roof, hanging face down. She was wounded. There were traces of bruises, abrasions, and scratches on her body. It's a corpse! Look! He's there! Exclaimed the crowd of people on the street. They looked with frightened eyes. Tremble, you little ones. Your world is so dirty. You can't find a single decent girl here, said the guy Dune. An alien. He held the girl with one hand, standing on a hill. This vicious girl deserves to die, the guy shouted, laughing loudly. Operator, don't miss him. This is that same maniac, the woman exclaimed to the paparazzi, pointing her finger in the direction where the man stood holding his victim in his arms. He will kill us. How scary. Call the police, the people around shouted. First I'll finish with her, and then I'll get to you, said the maniac, grinning, carrying away his victim. In the same time, a man was sitting on the roof of a high-rise building. Most likely it was Cheng. The alien is within a radius of 500 meters. To intercept it, follow the target, the bug signaled. Got it, he replied. And with a lightning-fast jump, he went down like a Spider-Man. Deftly and quickly, yellow lightning flashed under his feet from the speed. After acquiring new skills, I don't even feel pain in my legs when jumping from such a height, said the boy, with a smile on his face, rejoicing at his new achievements. What kind of crowd is there right ahead? Stopping on one of the roofs, he watched the people below. The target for interception has been established. He aimed his eye, like a sight somewhere in the distance, at a certain object of observation. Here you are! You don't belong here, alien! Chen said, approaching the killer. Don't touch me, pervert! The girl, who became the victim of a maniac, wailed in the meantime. She tried to fight him off as best she could. Don't be afraid, beauty. I will be gentle with you, the killer whispered to her, sticking out his tongue disgustingly. Dongmeng Qing, an alien from Change 1212. Crime, multiple rapes and murders. Difficulty level of the task, E, determined by Cheng's help system. What? This is a historical character. He was already a scoundrel, and now he's also become a maniac? Cheng exclaimed in surprise. There are millions of space-time dimensions. They just have the same names. This is not the same Dongmeng Qing, the bug said. The TV crews are already here. If I get caught on one of the cameras, my identity may be revealed, the boy thought, trying to make sure he wasn't noticed. He noticed a mask hanging on a wire, and thinking that I needed to somehow disguise myself, I tore it off. A superhero must remain incognito, he decided, getting ready to put on a mask. The guy bent down a little, preparing to jump. Hey, hairy bastard, leave the girl alone. He turned to the maniac. Who else is this? He turned to Cheng. Thank you for covering my half-exposed chest with money, the girl said, crying. I'm turning to you. Let her go immediately. Chen, the alien interceptor, said in a loud, stern voice. You're finished, dog, said the guy in the mask, folding his arms over his chest. He prepared for the attack, for the great mission to free the victim. Let the girl go! I'll knock you on the head now, Chen said with a menacing look. He approached more and more confidently and faster. Where did he come from? Holding the girl tightly by the hand, the killer maniac could not understand. Rest for now, girl. I'll deal with this clown first, then I'll come back for you. He pushed the girl against the cold wall with all his strength. You first deal with my sword, exclaimed the killer, clutching the sword that hung in his sheath. He had an intimidating look. Wait! Damn! I was so carried away by throwing show-offs that I didn't notice his sword at all, thought Cheng. He's not yet used to thinking several steps ahead. No one will wait for you, idiot! Exclaimed the maniac, taking out his cold, shiny sword. Lightning sword technique, he continued, using his skills, attacking the guy. He'll finish me off soon. System, think of something already, Cheng shouted, dodging the blow of a sharp sword. He just didn't yet know how this system worked, how to use his abilities. Interceptor, don't panic. Weapons are created. There are 10, 9, 8, 7 left before creation. The alarm bug began counting down. They'll kill me faster than you can count to 0, the boy said, holding a quartz crystal in his hand. Where did you run? The maniac rushed after the fleeing guy. It's good that at least I have the assigned skills. I foresee his every move, Cheng thought as he ran away. You are just another victim of my sword, the killer exclaimed, raising his weapon above his head with a malicious smile. And so he prepared to strike. You have nowhere to run, he shouted, pressing the guy to the edge of the roof. The sword had almost reached the body of the fallen boy. Then suddenly a sound was heard. There was a purple, bright flash like lightning. The guy with the sword flew several meters back as lightning flashed under his feet. What were you saying there? Who is the victim? Cheng exclaimed, turning to the killer. The twisty spear has been created. Assigned technique, strike with a spear, said the bug. But he is not so simple, since he pulled a spear right out of the air, the maniac murderer concluded. His expression was no longer so smug. Spear strike! Die, bastard! Cheng exclaimed, pointing his weapon at the enemy. This guy is a real martial artist. How does he manage to wield a huge spear so easily? The television had a lot of questions. A lot of people had gathered below, and the camera operators kept raising their lenses upward in order to capture at least a little of what was happening on the roof. "I can't even kill a level E alien. Everything is more complicated than I thought," the boy realized, sternly knitting his eyebrows. "The alien easily guesses your movements. You need to act more unpredictably," the bug instructed him. "I understand," Chung replied. "Did you really think to take me by surprise with such a simple technique?" The alien grimaced in a deceitful smile. The fight continued. The alien maniac was not going to retreat. He attacked the guy again. Chung skillfully dodged. His spear missed the stranger. "I fell for it," Chung exclaimed. It was a distraction. He came up with a plan. The guy again swung his huge blade sharp with a spear. And now the knight's move. A spear strike plus the basics of combat. "Sharp as lightning," the guy shouted again, getting used to his abilities. His blow hit the target. The alien was thrown back, and the blow sent him flying to the side. He was thrown back several meters, and the alien fell painfully on his back. Only bright sparks scattered around. Where does he have such strength? "Brother, you and I have nothing to share. Let's part ways in peace." Lying on the floor, he turned to Chung. Drops of scarlet blood flew from his mouth. "If I let you go, I don't know how many girls you'll kill." "You better go to hell," the boy answered him. Assigned a super move, spinning spear, the bug announced. "How is this possible? I thought this technique was long lost." "To resist this," the alien thought, gritting his teeth. He already realized that the guy turned out to be not so simple. "Lightning sword technique, golden cup technique," said the alien, trying to use a new attack technique. It was as if he was enveloped in a light, transparent ball, shining with yellow light. "Die!" the killer maniac shouted, jumping and attacking. Chung rushed to attack him, using his fighting technique. His spear flew, twisting in the rays of violet light towards the guy. The iron metal hit the target, hitting the alien. A terrible scream came from his lips. "Damn it!" he screamed, falling down. The spear pierced right through his body. He flew at high speed and fell to the floor so that cracks appeared on the floor. "I'll hide this spear for now," Chen said, rejoicing at his victory, and gathered all his strength into the violet light back. It was cruel to him, but he deserved it, the guy thought, looking at the lifeless, bloody body. "It seems he left me a gift," Chung exclaimed. In its place was something, like a wad of money and some kind of amulet. "This is a pack. Really a lot of money. What? Has the money disappeared?" Before he could get closer to them, they began to disappear. During the task, money was discovered. 200,000. The amount was credited to the interceptor's bank account, the system explained to him. "This is such a smart bug. I wonder if this Jasper pendant is worth anything." "I'll have to ask Fat Man Chan," the guy decided, holding the product in his hands. "You are a real hero." "Thank you," exclaimed the girl, the freed, saved victim. She rushed to hug the guy, being very grateful to him. "Come on, nothing special," he answered her. For the first time in my life, a girl rushes into my arms, Chung thought, a little embarrassed. "Interceptor, the system has detected the approach of the police. The existence of the SPP must remain top secret. The interceptor must immediately escape. Otherwise," the bug announced. "Otherwise what? Are you going to come up with some kind of perverted punishment again?" the guy said sarcastically. Okay, I understand." He stopped. "You're already safe. I've got to go." He turned to the rescued girl. "I already thought that I had found the love of my life, but I need to run away." It's a shame, Chung thought sadly, looking back. The situation through the eyes of a girl. Fate will definitely bring us together again. Romantic love thoughts did not leave him. "Bye." The girl answered him goodbye. Damn, as luck would have it, I didn't wear contact lenses today. I couldn't even see the face of my savior, the girl continued to think. Also, without letting him out of my head. But he was clearly handsome, the girl thought, resting her hands on the side of the roof with a smile on her face. Hurry up and evaluate the site, exclaimed the police, rushing to the roof, running up to the victim. Miss Yan, are you okay? The policewoman asked him. Come with me. The mayor is already waiting for you below, she continued the conversation with the victim. My daughter, the father shouted, running up to the girl. An ambulance, police, and many more people gathered around. Dad, you simply must generously reward my savior, the girl said to her father. Definitely a reward, her father answered, hugging her by the shoulders. He was very worried about his daughter, and he was infinitely happy that she was alive and unharmed. We'll see, said some girl, showing her official ID. Mr. Yan, I am from the Central Intelligence Bureau. My name is Lin. The girl introduced herself. This matter is not so simple. Sure, the criminal committed a series of brutal murders, but that guy with the spear is now a murderer. Lin, 23 years old, CRH officer. We at the Central District Hospital do not welcome civilians committing lynching. We will definitely investigate this matter, Lin said. And turning around with an imperious gait, she went about her business. The father and the rescued girl remained looking after her. Congratulations! The task was completed successfully. Here is your reward, the system said, and began to list everything that Chen got for successfully completing the mission. Received 33% of Dong Mengqing's inner strength. Received technique from the Qinggong technique. Wind against sand. The guy sat in the lotus position, accepting his gifts. Cheng, current cultivation level, third-rate fighter, the system informed him. Such a fight and not a single scratch. Still, I'm doing great. Sitting in the lotus position in front of the huge window, the boy drew conclusions from his first battle. Hello, Fat Man Chan. Let's meet at the Emperor Hotel. I need your help. He spoke on the phone with some man. Brother Song, have you heard about the Spear Master? Now this is my new idol, Chung asked the man he met. Master of the Spear? He asked. Are you completely behind the times? They broadcast about him from every iron. Watch this video. You will understand everything yourself. He answered the guy with a smile. Your hairstyles are exactly the same, only he is a real master of martial arts, continued Fat Man Chan. Wow, there are already a lot of views here, the boy noted, looking at his phone. Cheng watched the video of his fight with the enemy, with the kidnapper and killer of the girls. Spearmaster sounds a bit simple, but I like feeling like a new superhero, the guy thought while watching the videos. Fatty and Hero Cheng went to an antique fishing rod. They headed to the antique shop. Mr. Chan, did you come with a friend today? Asked the shop assistant. It's hard to believe, but Fat Chan has been my best friend since childhood. His father is a major developer, so Chan is a real major. We recently had a new arrival. Would you like to see it? Asked the girl selling goods in an antique shop. Do you accept jewelry here? Chung asked, pulling out his new find, left over from the killer maniac. Let's see what you have here, the girl answered. Interesting. She began examining the object. An excellent pendant, the finest engraving, a rare type of jasper. This is a work from the Tang dynasty, a very valuable thing, the saleswoman continued, looking at the amulet. This dun has served me again thanks to him, thought the guy, his eyes already lit up with excitement. However, it is better to sell such items at auctions. This way you can earn more. If you sell it to us, then... The girl began to chew, pausing. He's already starting to bargain, Cheng thought. I'll give you 15 million for it. I can make a transfer to the card today. I'm even ready to give money in advance, said the man who unexpectedly entered the store. In his hands, he held a wooden rosary. Mister, you seem to be a major collector. Why are you interfering with the work of our small shop? The owner of the shop asked the man who entered. Last week, a similar item sold at auction for 15 million. I just don't want you to deceive young people, said the man. Oh, you're like with us. I'll give you 16 million. How's that? The owner of the store suggested in turn. Apparently, she also knew the true price of this so expensive thing. Do you agree? The girl asked, holding a fan in her hands. Apparently, it was very hot in the room, or this thing was actually too unusual and valuable, and I still doubted whether this pendant was worth anything. I agree, said the boy, having made his choice. All the best. The antique buyers said goodbye to them, watching the two guys leave. Grandpa, weren't you in a hurry to immediately name such a high price? The girl asked, hugging the man by the shoulders. You do not understand anything. Such a treasure can be found once in a lifetime. Its real price is 10 times higher. I couldn't miss this chance. The man with a grey beard answered him. 10 times? 160 million? She asked, taking grandfather's face with her hands. Then the phone rang. Notice: 16 million have been credited to the account. The boy received a message. God! 16 million! Until recently, I didn't believe that this grandfather had that kind of money, Chung exclaimed, not believing his eyes. I said that they won't deceive me, his fat friend said, rejoicing for the guy, smiling. By the way, buddy, since you have money now, how about my proposal? Have you thought? The fat man asked, glancing at the boy. Okay, I'll do everything, Chung agreed, nodding his head. The guy smiled. He knew what his friend was talking about. I used to come here every time with a heavy heart. But today, nothing will make me despondent, the guy thought as he moved around the wide building. Hey, loser! Have you been out for a few days and come here happy? Manager Jan will rip your skin off. The girl sitting at the reception addressed him. Cheng! The man sitting at the computer shouted at him. And the guy walked on with his hands in his pockets. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you, the man lamented, pointing his finger. He spoke to the boy in a very biased and disrespectful manner. My phone is broken. I just bought a new one today. Chung answered the man who raised his voice at him. Are you still refusing? Look at him. Excuse of a true loser. The angry man continued to point his finger. All the office employees started laughing at the guy. They abruptly stopped what they were doing and began to mock him. Listen here, Cheng. People like you, stupid, irresponsible, and lazy, like shit in a bathhouse. I'll find a replacement for you in an instant, the man frothed, scattering drool around. Dumb. You don't even have a certificate. If only you weren't the boss's wife's cousin, the boy thought. The company invests in you and gives you invaluable experience, and you're acting like an ungrateful bastard. Fine to you. And next time, I'll kick you out of work. I'll definitely kick you out. The man continued to squeal. The only thing he can do is yell, Chung thought to himself. Also these suckers. When something needs to be done, everyone sits quieter than water, lower than the grass. And how to cackle over someone, they know how to do that. The guy continued to think, imagining in front of him, not people, but stupid cackling geese. Cheng couldn't stand it anymore and grinned. These people actually looked so stupid, thinking that they were smart and the boy was stupid. By this, they showed precisely their stupidity. Do you find it funny? How dare you? The man writhed with anger. He was already warped by the boy's impudence. Wait! I'll answer the call first, the boy said, covering his mouth with his hand. With his other hand, he took out his phone. Hello, Fatty Chan! The guy started talking on the phone, continuing the second to cover the mouth of the screaming man. I have already bought a villa, 500 square meters, freshly renovated. I have the keys. I also bought a Jeep, as you asked. I'm already downstairs. Come down, the fat man said into the phone. These were the purchases the boy was waiting for. Villa. What kind of Jeep did they buy you? He's playing us. What a villa. He's a loser. The office employees cried in bewilderment. They were drooling with envy and their jaws were hanging open. Look, there really is a Jeep downstairs. And next to it, there's some fat man, the employee said in surprise. She looked out the window with her mouth open. God, a car like this costs 5 million, or maybe more, she exclaimed. It was as if their jaws had dropped. Look at his phone. Did he steal it or what? What happened to him? The employees were surprised. They looked at his insanely expensive phone. Manager, you seem to want to say something. Chung turned to the man standing next to him, who just recently shouted at the guy. Yes, nothing important. I told you that I called you for several days, but you didn't pick up, so I was worried about you. The man immediately began to make excuses. You won't have to worry anymore. I just came to say that I'm quitting, he answered the fat guy, turning around, and with a proud, self-confident gait, he walked towards the exit. Why didn't I notice before how handsome he is? The employee said, looking at the boy. Until now, she had not noticed this guy. Having analyzed a large number of cases of alien invasion, we have every reason to believe that the so-called Spearmaster may also be an alien. Central Intelligence Bureau. But at the same time, he was not seen committing other crimes, added the girl intelligence officer. Officer Zhao, are you trying to justify him? Whether he was noticed or not, whether he was a man or an alien, be that as it may, he must be captured and eliminated, one of the scouts inserted. Yes, the girl answered, putting her hand to her head, because she could not disobey the orders of her superiors. She stood by the window alone, remembering that battle, when a guy so bravely defended the victim of a maniac killer. How did this guy manage to kill a strong alien? Zhao wondered. She tried to understand who this guy was who managed to find and deal with such a powerful killer. Who is he? Where should I start looking for him? The girl thought tensely. She racked her brain with thoughts, her clear blue eyes wide open. Yanja City, pedestrian street. Is the shish kebab ready? Ready! We placed an order for Cheng and the fat man. They sat at the table celebrating their super purchases. My friend, what's been happening to you lately? But I'm very happy for you, said the fat man, turning to the boy. Yes, I'm delighted myself. For so many years you treated me every time. Finally, I can repay you. Chung sincerely said to the fat man, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. By the way, buddy, since you've finally gotten rich, maybe it's time to propose to your old love. The fat man turned to the boy, holding him by the shoulder. I don't even know, he answered. I wonder if she's still waiting for me, Chung thought, remembering the sweet girl with long dark hair and big light eyes. Now is not the time for amorous affairs. An alien was spotted. Type, beast monster. Location, Shanghai. The bug notified. This signal was transmitted to the boy. He thought about a new notification. After all, now a new dangerous mission awaited the boy. A beast monster in Shanghai? The guy exclaimed. Cheng, have you had too much to drink or what? The fat man answered him. The bottles flew to the sides and the food was all over the table. Meanwhile, events are taking place in Shanghai. We see huge high-rise buildings, a bright, starry sky. The hotel is a pearl, a restaurant with a water screen. Chairman Lin, we are honored to have your participation in the summit. The guest said. Thank you, and I was very glad to meet you here, replied the chairman. What are your plans for tonight, Chairman Lin? The girl turned to the man, smiling seductively. As luck would have it, I need to discuss a big investment project, he answered her. If you want to chat about anything other than investments, I'll be waiting for you in my room after midnight. The girl said goodbye to the chairman. Agreed, the man answered her as he left. We see some guy in overalls with a bucket in his hand and a large ladle. He stood on the steps looking at the water. Where did all the fish go? The guy thought, moving the ladle around in the water. Apparently he came to catch fish, but for some reason he didn't find it. Nobody wants to eat. Only the water gurgled, without a single fish. The guy stirred the bare liquid in the pan, and then something terrible happened. The boy with the ladle was grabbed by the throat by someone's tentacle. Some monster suddenly crawled out of the water. He was completely wrapped around his body by huge tentacles and pulled to the bottom of a giant pool. Meanwhile, the vacationers drank wine and talked to each other. not noticing what was happening around them. People behaved calmly, carefree, and no one noticed what happened to the boy. Save! Help! Meanwhile, the poor boy called for help. The monster had already dragged him to the very bottom of the deep pool. The two men stood with their backs to the giant aquarium. They did not hear the screams of the drowning guy. Meanwhile, the monster was squeezing the boy's body more and more tightly. We see the highest point in Shanghai. At the very top stood a man. It was Cheng. "Well, are you ready?" he asked. "I thought you could determine the alien's location at any time." He turned to the system. This monster is not quite ordinary. It represents the queen that releases the eggs. Then these eggs settle in the human body. The first round of sowing took place in the Pearl Hotel. About 100 people became victims. In order to determine the location of everyone, you will have to process a large amount of data, the bug informed him. "Do you know how tired I was while I was fighting with one maniac, Dong Mengqing? And there are a whole 100 of them? What kind of slave system is this? I didn't sign up for this." Chung got angry. "Do you think the system gave you cool skills just to make you feel like Superman? Get to work soon. Step 1. In order to stop the further spread of parasites, destroy all carriers at the airport and at the railway station." The bug annunciator got angry in response. "Or maybe I want to do strategy myself this time. There must be a way to make this all easier," the boy said, folding his arms over his chest with a grimace. "Shanghai police. Someone called the police. A call is heard from the duty station. An alien has been discovered in Shanghai that is invading people like a parasite." "Boy, do you know what you can face for such pranks?" the operators in the duty station said to each other. "I am telling the truth. This monster lays nano eggs, which then enter the human body, live in it, and develop. In the end, people are torn apart from the inside, and a new monster comes out. There are already about 100 of them." Chung shouted into the phone of the police station. The guy raised his voice because they didn't want to listen to him at all. Then the connection was completely interrupted, and only short beeps were heard. They hung up on the other end of the line. "Lays nano eggs? Oh, these school children. They'll inject themselves with spice, and I'll call," said the girl from the duty station after talking with Cheng. "Commander Zhao, welcome to Shanghai." The policeman addressed the girl from intelligence who came to the department. "How beautiful she is," the girl operator exclaimed. She turned her head to look at the scout. "Regarding these incursions, I organized people who monitor the situation around the clock. Besides," the officer explained to the girl named Zhao, "Shanghai International Airport. The airport site is empty. Only one huge Jeep all-terrain vehicle is driving around the site. Carrier 001, Mark Foreman, a scientist from the USA. The system notified Chung, sitting behind the wheel of a Jeep. Am I obligated to kill them? After all, they are people," the guy said to the siren. From the moment the parasite entered him, Mark Foreman ceased to be human. "Your softness will only lead to a greater spread of this monster," said the bug. Chung was sitting behind the wheel of a Jeep with a very serious, thoughtful look. This time, a lot of thoughts were tearing through his head. Meanwhile, we see the waiting room. We see two women saying goodbye to some teenager. "Thank you for the incredibly warm welcome. Now it's your turn to fly to America," they said, hugging the boy. "Mark, we will miss you," they said as they said goodbye. "Bye!" The guy waved his hand as he left. The girls waved back at him. Here he stopped abruptly. "What's wrong with me?" the guy exclaimed. He turned yellow all over. Veins appeared on his face. He fell to the floor, clutching his chest with his hands. He opened his mouth, vomiting something. Apparently it was too bad for the man. He screamed in pain. "Help!" Meanwhile, they were shouting around. "Call an ambulance quickly!" This guy started running around the building, attacking people. Damn, if it gets torn apart, it will be too late, thought Cheng. He was just in the same room. "Don't come near me!" the girl screamed, as a yellowed guy with blue veins on his face was approaching. "Help!" he shouted, twisting all over. Chung flew up from behind with sharp spears to neutralize the man. He plunged his spear straight into the chest of the guy who was writhing as if enraged. "God! He is dead!" the girl exclaimed, falling to her knees in horror in front of the murdered man. Everyone around opened their mouths in wild horror. Carrier mixture confirmed. "Hurry to the railway station. 5 carriers need to be eliminated there," Cheng's system notified. Even though he was a carrier, I feel like I killed a person, he thought. "Look, isn't this the Spear Master?" said those gathered around. Some of the eyewitnesses filmed the incident on their phones. "The Spear Master killed a man! Horror! Call the police quickly!" they shouted. Now everyone was pulling out their phones in order to capture the killer. "Sorry," Chen said, quickly running away, because a new mission awaited him. "He's running away!" People with phones continued to shout around. They filmed Chung taking his spear and running away from the scene. "Horror! Call the police quickly! The Spear Master killed a man!" Indignant exclamations were heard. "Commander Zhao, according to our data, the Spear Master has already killed 3 civilians." Intelligence made a calculation. Damn it, we thought he was hiding. But it turned out that he came to Shanghai to cause chaos, the girl officer said, hitting the table with her hand. "Intelligence team, look for him on surveillance cameras. We must catch this killer," Zhao exclaimed, waving her hand. "Yes," her subordinates answered in one voice. "The rest follow me," the girl continued, heading towards the exit. Apparently, the intelligence officer came up with some new plan of action. According to police reports, the Spear Master carried out a series of brutal murders at the airport and railway station today. The girl was broadcasting on the news. "The Central District Bureau will direct all its forces to catch him," she finished. "What happened to the Spear Master? I'm at the crime scene. The Spear Master treated his victim extremely cruelly. We don't need such a Spear Master. Staging? What a performance! He pierces people right through. You should start calling him a maniac with a spear. Maybe there's something we don't know. Why did he suddenly become a bad guy?" And I said right away, there's no point in admiring a murderer. It does not justify it. There are no situations in which murder is the only solution. These were the headlines now in all the city newspapers. On a bright street among high-rise buildings, a boy rushed quickly away from the scene of the incident, until the people themselves attacked him in a crowd, considering him a murderer. "It seems like I've finally broken away from the police," Chung said, turning around. "Interceptor, I have 2 bad news for you. Which one should I start with?" the alarm bug asked him. "What's the difference with which if both are bad?" the boy exclaimed, raising his voice. He practically had a nervous breakdown. "The first news," the bug began. "On the internet, they now call you not a master of the spear, but a maniac with a spear." The bug finished listing the bad news. "Do you think it's so easy to be an interceptor? I've never even broken traffic rules before, but now I'm on the federal wanted list for a series of murders," the guy cried with bitter tears while reading the news report. "The payment was successful. I received a notification on my phone." "Well, explain this to me. Why do you need a bicycle now?" "I haven't even told you the second news yet," the alarm bug continued, watching the guy order a bike on the internet. "Speak." The guy turned and left. "Until the next sowing remains." The bug said. They paused slightly. "Less than an hour." He finished the second news. Meanwhile, Chung had already approached a huge hotel known as the Pearl. "In front of us is the Pearl Hotel." "You are so impudent today," the girl said to the boy who hugged her. "I can be even more impudent," he said, hugging the frightened girl closer to him. "Stop doing that. What if children read this manga?" the girl said to the impudent boy. "What's happening to you?" the guy exclaimed in response, not understanding why the girl suddenly became so aggressive. "I'm not feeling well," she shouted. The girl turned green and purple veins appeared on her face. She became angry and creepy. "Get away from me!" The guy screamed, pushing the monster's girl away with his foot. She flew to the side, and meanwhile the guy tried to run away. "Help," she asked. "I tried to catch up with the guy by splashing some green, nasty liquid." She started screaming loudly. The boy, Cheng, managed to rush there and thrust his spear right into the monster girl's chest. A green, strange liquid, instead of blood, flew in drops onto the floor. "Forgive me," Chen said, raising his spear. "Don't come closer," the guy answered, running away. He saw how the monster girl was brutally killed by a spear. "You too must die," exclaimed the guy with the spear, flying up in one leap to the fleeing, frightened man. "Don't move!" A command cry was heard nearby, and someone's foot hit the sharp spear, pushing him away from the fleeing guy. This girl officer intervened, appearing unexpectedly. She tried to knock the weapon out of Cheng's hands. "Surrender!" the scout shouted in a commanding voice, taking the weapon off the safety and jerking the bolt. She was ready to use a weapon. "Put your weapon down! Hands behind your head!" The police kept repeating around. There were a lot of them, and everyone was ready to shoot if the guy disobeyed. Now what to do? If you don't kill the carrier, all these cops are finished, the guy thought, not knowing what the right thing to do in such a situation. "There is no time to think," he exclaimed, rushing as fast as he could towards the guy, preparing to use a sharp spear. "Fire!" The command of the intelligence officer sounded, and many bullets flew straight at Cheng. They were already reaching his back. Some flew whistling past. The boy fell on his back and began wielding a spear. He turned it around in a circle, as if there were many of them, not just one. The bullets rang loudly as they bounced off the iron spear. They flew past. The guy jumped to his feet, but a couple of them still hit the boy, sliding past him and then into him. The criminal was already wounded. "Cease fire!" The intelligence officer gave the command, and everyone lowered their weapons, obeying the commander. "Interceptor, the system has strengthened your body, and the process of cell regeneration has accelerated significantly, but you are still vulnerable to bullets," the bug informed him. "How painful it is," the guy said, leaning on one knee. He held his side with one hand, covering the wound. "Hands behind your head, killer!" Zhao shouted, flying up to him with a move, trying to kick him in the head. "That's speed. What kind of equipment does she have?" Chen wondered. He looked with some kind of misunderstanding. She raised her leg again, but the boy was not easy either. He had great dexterity. New abilities make themselves felt. "We've finished the game!" Cheng exclaimed. They both looked sharply at the green guy. "It's tearing apart!" There was a cry. He flew into the air, green liquid protruding from his chest. The guy did not understand what was happening to him. He twisted his arms, writhing on the floor. The dark liquid pulsated more and more, tearing his chest. "Lord, what kind of thing is this?" the police exclaimed around. Some kind of monster crawled out of the guy's open chest. "What the girl officer began. She was simply perplexed by what was happening. "A new monster has been born before your eyes." "Make way," Chen said, preparing his sharp spear to attack the monster. An incomprehensible beast jumped out of the dead guy in one jump, trying to catch up with the policeman's girlfriend. He jumped on her, trying to grab her by the throat. With his own strength, he knocked the girl to the floor, and he sank his sharp fangs into his face. "Don't panic. First squad, shoot the monster. Second squad, protect civilians." Zhao was giving commands in the meantime. The police began to shoot at the monster that attacked the girl in uniform. They fired many bullets at the beast, but he didn't even falter. "The bullets won't take him," the police cried. "How can we stop this evil monster?" "Be careful," the police kept repeating, while the monster was brutally devouring a uniformed employee. "It's a bad thing if bullets don't kill even a newborn monster," thought the guy, thinking about what and how to attack the beast. "But every living creature must have a weak point," Cheng continued to think. "The beast has already attacked another policeman." "Disperse!" the scout commanded, preparing to kick the monster. Instead of a heel, the girl came out with a blade-sharp knife. She did a somersault in the air, turning over, approaching the monster in a menacing leap. And with a sharp, straight movement of her leg, she hit the monster right in the neck. Some green liquid splashed from his throat, falling in drops around him. "His blood can corrode clothes," Zhao exclaimed, as this green liquid got on her jacket, ruining its appearance. The monster made a high jump, now attacking the intelligence officer. He opened his nasty mouth, revealing razor-sharp, crooked teeth. "Well done! Now you've definitely angered him," the guy said, approaching the monster with all his might until he tore the girl apart. He managed to catch Zhao falling to the floor. He continued to hold the spear in one hand and the girl in the other so that she would not fall. "Damn you, you infernal monster! Feel the taste of my spear!" Chen exclaimed, skillfully using his reliable weapon. He pushed the girl away with his hand, protecting her from the evil monster. He put out his spear again, trying to attack the evil, merciless beast. "Phew, it works! My spear is capable of causing much more damage than bullets," concluded the boy who defeated the monster with his sharp weapon. "What kind of monster is this? Were all your victims really—" the officer began to say. "They all carried these creatures within themselves. There was no saving them," Chung interrupted her, telling her what really happened. "This is true. So he is not a killer of civilians," the intelligence officer thought to herself. "After all, this explains a lot in their investigation. If I hadn't stopped him, these officers would have been alive," said the girl police officer, looking at the corpses of the police officers brutally killed by the monster. "If I were you, I'd call for reinforcements. There are a lot of carriers left in the hotel, and also, their uterus is there," the boy explained to the girl to the officer as he left. "By the way, don't forget to tell everyone that monsters have a weak spot on the back of their heads," Chen shouted, waving his hand goodbye to her. "I order you to immediately stop the pursuit of the Spearmaster. To begin with, we are now a priority." Zhao continued to give orders, talking on the walkie-talkie. "Commander Zhao, reinforcements are approaching you," they told her on the radio. The engines of military helicopters roared above the girl. "It's reinforcements that have arrived. This is a detachment that is personally subordinate to the general," the scout exclaimed, looking at the arriving team and many helicopters. At the same time, in the hotel lobby, Chung was already inside. Someone shouted nearby, "Run!" People ran away in all directions. There was panic in the room. "What's going on there?" one girl at the reception asked another. "Let's run! A maniac with a spear has come to kill!" The second one answered her. They all still didn't know that Chung was a savior and not a murderer. "The system has identified 6 carriers," the beetle announced to him. The guy aimed his optical sights at the fleeing infected. "Forgive me, everyone, but I have to do this," Chung said, looking at the people with a stern look. It was also not easy for him to convince himself that these were not just people, but monsters, and they needed to be killed. The first one went. The spear pierced right through his chest. Then the second, the third, and so the guy killed all the fleeing infected. "Save! Save!" You could hear it all around. "Don't kill me!" the victims of infection cried out. Cheng, having done his job, left without letting go of the sharp spear from his hands. "I have to admit, you're not as worthless as I previously thought," the beetle buzzed nearby, addressing the boy with the spear. "If you want to praise me, don't hold back. I'm not arrogant. And also, I advise you to come up with a great reward for completing this task. Otherwise," he answered the system. "By the way, I forgot to tell you what punishment awaits you if you fail the task." "Complete baldness," the bug explained to him. Baldness is, of course, not a sexual dysfunction, but it is also not very pleasant. "Okay, I have to get ready," the boy reassured himself. Carriers were found on the 20th, 37th, and 42nd floors. You must get rid of them within 20 minutes, and then it will be necessary to deal with the uterus, Chung planned for herself. Meanwhile, corpses and dead fish were floating in the open aquarium pool, and roars and screams were heard. Some kind of monster, apparently their uterus, was screaming at the entire room. "Eat, my children want to eat," a huge creepy monster seemed to be saying with an eerie roar. "Look, what is this?" Turning to the aquarium, the girl resting there asked. "This is a monster," the others exclaimed, finally turning to the water. Now the panic begins, because the monster that is in the water hit the glass of the aquarium with its spear-sharp tail. A loud crash was heard. "It's going to break through now!" the girl exclaimed. Everyone started screaming in panic as water began to seep through the cracks. "They want to eat!" the monster screamed. He pierced his claws, breaking thick glass, and made terrible sounds. "The glass will soon not hold up. Run!" The glass of wine that the girl was enjoying flew with a crash to the floor. Water gushed out from the crushed aquarium. "Save me!" shouted the girl whose glass of wine had spilled. She was already completely in the water, like many resting visitors. Terrible screams were heard. The girl was pulled to the bottom by the monster's tentacles. The man who was nearby was being sucked in by another tentacle. The water already smelled of more than one death. "Run!" they shouted from another room, because the door opened with a roar from the pressure of such a large flow of water. Tentacles emerged from the flow of water and began to suck in other people. The monster wrapped itself around everyone, squeezing their bodies tightly. The tips of the claws had sharp peaks. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, for now there is an empty room in front of us. "The banquet hall should be ahead," Chung thought meanwhile, heading straight towards the empty corridor. "What?" The guy was surprised. A lot of people were killed by the monster, and many of the infected were killed by him personally. A huge uterus with several rows of sharp teeth was loudly chewing a man. "Kill me!" a whisper was heard from the mouth of the merciless beast. "This is the uterus!" the boy exclaimed. He stood in front of her, fearlessly, without letting go of his sharp, deadly weapon. Monsters, a queen, an alien from a chaotic dimension. The difficulty of the task is S. The system explained. "Now it's your turn," Chin said to the monster standing in front of him. "Are you getting ready to attack?" He was talking to the nasty, creepy beast. She turned away from the guy. "What? Hey, mother! Don't you dare ignore me!" the boy continued. The queen was holding another victim in her vile paws, about to take another bite. "Well, since you're so indecisive, I'll take the first step myself," the guy exclaimed, accelerating into a high jump. He flew high, above the monster's head. "You're hungry, right?" the guy mocked. He threw his deadly spear, aiming as carefully as possible at the nasty beast. "Then try my spear," Chen said, approaching the brutal monster. "Damn, do you have a head made of cast iron or something?" thought the guy, trying to break through the huge rock-hard head. He sat on top of the monster, trying to pierce it, but it didn't work out very well. The monster, with a sharp movement, reached out with its paw towards the boy. He hit Chung's spear, and not only in terms of weapons, the guy himself was slightly wounded. The mother threw him off with all her might. The guy flew to the side. He hit the cold, hard floor with a loud crash. Compared to the uterus, her offspring were plush dolls, Chung thought, hiding behind the large kitchen table, holding his hand to the bloody wound. "Interceptor, having inflicted a wound, she infected your tissues with poison. You will need at least half an hour until complete recovery," the bug informed him. "It won't work like that. In half an hour it will be ready for the next sewing," the boy answered the system. "This must be reinforcements." Looking through the window broken by the monster at the helicopters circling around the pearl. "Perhaps I can buy everyone time if I lure the queen to the top floor." Cheng came up with a plan. And he jumped, trying to get higher so that the animal would fall for his maneuver. "I left my grandmother, I left my grandfather." He called the uterus higher and higher. She began to crawl into the narrow hole with her long, sharp claws. "And I'll leave you in no time." He continued to tell the tale to the evil monster, luring him higher and higher. He had almost reached the very end, without letting go of your saving weapon. And now he is already at the top. "Do not move. Let go of the weapon. Hands behind your head." The capture group gave him the command. Guys, your commander apparently didn't have time to tell you. Your main enemy is not me, Chung said, raising his hand. Last warning. If you don't let go of the weapon, we will open fire. The police continued. Damn, the uterus is already right behind me, but I don't have time to explain everything. The boy tried to explain to them. Meanwhile, the monster had already crept up behind him. Okay, shoot! The boy shouted. And he took a leap, raising his spear above his head. The monster had already begun to crawl out from behind him. Ha! Fire! The guys in uniform exclaimed and began to fire their weapons. Sparks flew and a lot of bullets flew. Chung jumped even higher and found himself above the monster, thrusting a sharp spear. All you could hear was the bullets bouncing off the huge, bloodthirsty beast. They rang like pebbles flying away from the uterus. And she didn't even feel it. What the hell is this? The police exclaimed when they saw this huge, creepy monster. They had never seen anything like this before. Moreover, even a bullet did not kill him. This is a chance, the guy thought. After all, while the queen was distracted by the ringing of bullets bouncing off her, Chung flew up to the monster in a sharp jump, aiming for a vulnerable spot. I'll try to pierce her brain through the eye sockets, the guy decided, and thrust his powerful spear straight into the target, straight into one of the many eyes. The monster screamed, spreading its terrible claws and paws to the sides. But he still actively resisted, not intending to die. Why are you still alive? He turned to the monster, not understanding why, having hit a vulnerable spot with a spear, he would not die. I'm already running out of strength, the wounded boy said, bending over a little. Blood oozed from the wound on his chest. Grenade launchers, get ready! Exclaimed the commander. The guys raised their grenade launchers, aiming at the huge monster, preparing to finally hit it. Grenade launchers are powerful, although a tank would be better suited here, Chen thought, trying to pull the stuck spear out of the monster's eye. You don't care what might hurt me, right? The boy turned to the men who were pointing grenade launchers at the monster. I think it's time to go, he exclaimed, quickly running away. Since the shells were already flying in their direction, he barely managed to escape. There was a strong explosion, fire flame, sparks, smoke, and the growl of the monster pierced the still peaceful, kind sky. Well, we've had enough of it, said Cheng, looking at what was happening. Since the smoke enveloped everything around, not just the monster's womb. Stop shooting. Stay vigilant. The commander gave the command to his subordinates. They released their grenade launchers and stood waiting. But then vile tentacles shone through the smoke with their sharp peaks at the ends and attacked the standing policeman. He wrapped around people's necks and bodies, squeezing them as if in a vice. How delicious you are! The beast growled, and he began to chew, smacking his lips against one of the capture group. The man screamed with a terrible cry while the vile creature devoured him. Damn it, Chung exclaimed and jumped to the aid of the police. It was like the wind was near them. Disperse, stupid, he shouted to the guys in uniform, pushing away one of them who was almost pierced by the sharp tentacle of the monster. All that was heard was the ringing of a sharp spear. The boy was in the very center of the tentacles, fighting them off with all his might. The capture group, or rather what was left of them, froze to the side. She has too many tentacles. I can't handle it alone, thought Cheng. Since the queen has already reached the policemen, dragging them away with sharp, powerful tentacles. We retreat, exclaimed one of the guys in uniform. No, we continue to hold our position. The helicopter has returned with reinforcements, the commander commanded. Another helicopter arrived, and an intelligence officer was sitting inside. And as she flew up, she looked at what was happening out the window. That's her, the boy thought when he saw the girl in the helicopter. Meanwhile, the helicopter was flying closer and closer, blowing the wind with its rotators. Many bullets fired at the monster's womb again. All that could be heard was the sound of flying metal. At least give the monster some henna. Nothing took his thick, metal-like skin. Why was her gaze frozen on the helicopter? The guy wondered, looking at the monster. System, what's the intelligence of the uterus? He asked the alarm bug, trying to understand where the monster got fixated on the buzzing helicopter. On the scale of monsters, she is extremely smart. On the scale of people, well, not stupid either. The system answered. How long is left until the second sowing? Chung asked again. Less than 5 minutes, the alarm bug answered. Damn it! Get the helicopter out of here, the boy exclaimed. He knew what he was saying. The uterus wants to escape in a helicopter, the guy continued. Meanwhile, the monster had already jumped, trying to cling to the helicopter's chassis. A strong blow sounded, and the monster apparently managed to grab the chassis. The girl staggered, squeezing herself into the helicopter seat. What will happen if she gives birth to nano-eggs right in the sky above Shanghai? We'll have to burn the whole city, Chung thought with horror. After all, it will be a general catastrophe. It seems the commander is losing control, the boy saw, realizing this from the sound of the helicopter. And he rushed to the aid of the scout girl. This is the last chance to stop the queen, he exclaimed. And with one strong jump, he rushed at the monster. What? The boy couldn't understand. The monster was hanging with its paws, grasping the helicopter. It was completely enveloped in many tentacles. Why does she wrap several tentacles around her own belly, instead of using them to attack? Really? Chung thought with horror, seeming to understand the monster's plan. So this is where your weak point is? Well, hold on, the boy shouted. Finally, he figured out how to deal with this monster. Strike of the Emerald Dragon, he exclaimed, aiming straight at the point. Green liquid gushed out from the uterus's abdomen. The disgusting crunch of the thick, fatty skin of the belly was heard. A lot of green liquid, namely the monster's blood, poured around. The monster was already seriously wounded, but had not yet let go of the helicopter. The fight continued. The guy poked and prodded him with his spear, trying to cause as much damage to the monster as possible. What's happening? Did they crash? The capture group ran to the edge of the roof, trying to see what happened below. The helicopter actually flew down completely enveloped in a bright red flame. A strong explosion was heard. We see an empty room. There are 2 beds next to each other, and someone's quiet crying can be heard from under the blanket. Judging by all the news, a maniac with a spear came to the Pearl Hotel and had already managed to kill several people. And I'm just in this hotel? Now it's 5 in the morning. It's unknown whether I'll live to see the first rays of the sun. The girl was crying quietly, wailing, while watching the news with the phone in her hands. Friends, give me more likes. Perhaps this is my last request in this life, she asked, exposing herself on the social network. There was an explosion and flames outside the window. What was that? The girl cried with tears in her eyes. She was very scared. Meanwhile, Chung was flying through the broken glass of the hotel, with a scout on one hand and a spear in the other. Hide the spear, the guy commanded. He became overwhelmed when he got into one of the rooms, where the poor girl hid from monsters crying under a blanket. She lifted the blanket a little and saw the guy who had landed in this room, exactly where she was hiding. This is a maniac with a spear! Why did he fly here with this girl in his arms? The girl hiding under the blanket, behind the bed, did not understand. Hey, wake up! How are you? Chung tried to revive the unconscious Joe. Apparently, she got hit hard during the explosion. It looks like I won't bring her back to consciousness. The system, how would you assess its condition? The boy turned to the siren bug. Profuse internal hemorrhage. The spine is broken in several places. Even if you take her to the hospital, at best she will remain a vegetable for the rest of her life. The system answered. She suffered, among other things, because of me. Is there really nothing that can be done? I really wouldn't want her to die in my arms, Chen said, upset. It's not that nothing at all can be done. This time you completed a very difficult task, so the system has prepared several rewards for you. Among them, there are also miracle pills, the bug said. Miracle pills! Can they save her? The guy exclaimed joyfully. You can, but keep in mind that such pills are obtained extremely rarely. In the future, you may need them to save your own life, the system warned the boy. Do not fool me! Hurry up and give out the reward, I have to save her, the guy shouted, hurrying the system. 10 million money. Assigned skill? Emerald Dragon Technique, said the bug, giving Chung such valuable gifts. Weapon upgrade, Twisty Spear, Devil's Spear. Current level of combat skills, second-rate master, the system announced. Reality, the boy said, spreading his arms to the sides. He stood in front of Zhao, wanting to help her, not let her die. Lord, he's a complete psycho. The girl who was hiding behind the sofa was thinking about him. Select Miracle Pill. A life-saving pill appeared in his hand. The guy concentrated all his strength, all his energy, passing the pill to the dying girl. A cloud of light green light appeared around his hands. What is he doing? Casting a spell? The girl thought, looking out from behind the sofa with curiosity. It's impossible not to capture this, she whispered with even greater curiosity. And she turned on the video, filming everything on her phone. The magic pill was spinning, illuminated by a bright light green light approaching the girl's body. She was still unconscious. It seems to have worked, the guy thought, looking at her. He was waiting, filled with the desire to revive the girl. I think she'll be fine now, Chung realized as Zhou began to awaken. Her lips began to move slightly, and her chalk-pale face began to turn pink. Well, since I cured you, I hope that you will no longer try to kill me, said the boy. What's happening? Someone explain. Is this the Spear Master? Where are you? What are you doing there? Many messages have already begun to arrive on the phone of the girl who was filming the video online, so everyone could see what was happening. And then with a sharp movement, the boy rushed through the broken window. The most important thing is that he did everything necessary to save the dying girl. Finally, the feeling that someone was spying on me left me, Chung thought as he rushed off, not yet knowing that he was not only being watched, but also posted live on the internet. Hurry up and evacuate people! The rescuers shouted as they carried away the wounded and dead. The crashed plane was burning, flying into pieces. Don't stand still! Hurry up! The policeman commanded, letting people forward, away from the flaming helicopter. After all, it could still explode, which would be dangerous for the people around him. Considering what kind of explosion there was, Chung began his thought while watching the burning plane. They must believe that I died in a helicopter crash, he continued. Interceptor, the steering wound and cut on your chest may take up to 2 weeks to fully heal. I advise you to move somewhere where no one will disturb you, the alarm bug advised him. My new villa is perfect for this, the guy realized, deciding to hide there. Just to heal your wounds. In front of us lies the beautiful city of Yanzhou, the elite village of Vigo. Welcome! The man in uniform saluted the driver of the driving jeep. Who would have thought that I, Chung, would one day live in such a place? The boy said, smiling joyfully. He approached his villa and headed towards the entrance. Fat Chan did not disappoint. This is not a house, but a dream come true, the guy thought as he entered the room. It was really gorgeous here. Shiny, clean windows, beautiful chandeliers, large, bright rooms. Everything sparkled around with cleanliness and freshness. Somehow everything is too perfect here. I don't feel at home here. The boy became a little sad. He lay down on the luxurious sofa, picking up the TV remote control. Maybe at least the sound of the TV will be able to fill this void, Chung thought, turning on the TV. These events are again associated with a controversial character known as the Master of the Spear. In total, about 200 people were injured. The incident is under close attention of the public and law enforcement agencies. The media will also monitor the development of the situation. The woman was broadcasting on the news. Will anyone mention the fact that I killed the monster? Somehow you are not monitoring the situation closely enough, Ching thought sadly. I'm so tired, said the boy. And he immediately fell asleep on the sofa, not even reaching his room. Then there was a strong knock on the door. The guy woke up, not understanding what the sounds were. He rubbed his tired eyes with one hand. Who came to him? the boy thought, sighing. I'm coming, he answered, as the door continued to be pounded. The guy, still sleepy, went to see who was so impudent that he had disturbed his sleep. Maniac with a spear, are you home? Was heard from behind the door. Cheng was no longer so confident in approaching the door. Where did you get such a villa? Did you make money for her by killing people? You have nothing to say, right? Curious people attacked him with questions. They pushed the door with their hands and feet, trying to break inside. These weren't people. These were monsters, the boy exclaimed. He tried to close the door from the crowd that was breaking towards him. Then a sound was heard above him, louder than behind the door. Shards of glass rained down from above, flying past him, and they fell with a crash onto the clean, shiny floor. Something else fell to the floor with a dull, sharp sound. The guy couldn't understand what was happening. For what? Was heard from the man who fell to the floor. Cheng grimaced, his eyes bulging. I had a family. I had children. For what? The dying man whispered while lying on the floor. I'm here for the people. I wanted to save. The boy wailed. He fell to his knees, clutching his head with his hands. Murderer! 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 All of Cheng's victims seemed to be wailing. He saw a female monster in front of him. She stood with her tentacle paws outstretched. You're a killer! You must pay for what you did! The victims screamed, terribly stretching out their hands to him. Don't come closer! The boy shouted, covering his head with his hands. Hundreds of hands reached out, trying to grab the guy. And then he woke up from this terrible nightmare dream. Chung jumped up, almost falling off the sofa. It was just a nightmare, the boy said. He leaned his face on his hand, sighing heavily. The dream was too real. He sat down on the edge of the sofa. If they continue to have nightmares, then that's not the point, the guy thought. Then the phone rang in his hand. Or rather, notifications came. The alumni meeting is already next week. 2 more have not confirmed their participation, Cheng and Zhang. I don't care about Cheng. The main thing is that you guarantee me Zhang's appearance. I'll take care of it. I haven't seen you all for so many years. I'm ready not to see as much more. Look, this is the correspondence that took place between graduates. Assholes! Reading the correspondence on the phone, the boy thought about them. Since I have something like a vacation, I might go home for a couple of days, Chung continued to think. Don't panic, girls. I will be there, the boy wrote in turn. If you don't come, no one will be upset. I'll be upset. Oh no, I confused you with someone else. That's how everyone else responded to the boy's message. How many years have I not seen them all? The boy thought, looking out of his huge window. Zhang, said one of his classmates. Will she come? A thought flashed through his head. Apparently he was thinking about the girl he had liked for a long time. The pigeons cooed joyfully, and the air smelled sweet. A song was heard from the moving jeep. Cheng stopped by Village N. Home! Home! Time to go home! The sun will warm you with a ray, the boy sang along. You have neither voice nor hearing. Maybe stop tormenting me. The alarm bug grimaced. Well, I'm in a good mood. Are you jealous or something? You yourself said that I need to heal my wounds for now, and the tasks can wait. I'm just glad that I'll finally see all my childhood friends. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Zhao. The guy answered the system. On the one hand, we have sweet school love. On the other, the sexual thunderstorm of all criminals. Who will you choose? Asked the curious bug. Why was there any need to intertwine it? We met with her once. And in general, are you the system, or who? What right do you have to gossip about my personal life? Chung got angry, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, the Central Intelligence Bureau. Commander, are you sure you're ready to return to work? How are you feeling? The employee turned to the officer. I'm fine. Although I still didn't understand what happened to me, the scout answered. I remember that I lost control of the helicopter. Then everything was like a fog, the girl recalled sadly. And after I woke up, there wasn't a scratch on me. Really, she thought, remembering a guy named Cheng. Apparently, the girl suspected that it was he who could save her. "What kind of video did you want to show me?" she asked one of the employees. Meanwhile, he handed the officer a tablet. "How?" she exclaimed, watching the video. There it was clearly visible how the boy saved the girl with magic pills. "The Spear Master is back." And I immediately said, "He is a hero." Once again, these damn journalists have defamed the name of our hero. Spearmaster, we are for you. He killed them for a reason. They were already infected. He saved the Central District Hospital officer, although they wanted to catch him. This is how the news was broadcasting around now. "So that's why there are no signs of a helicopter crash on my body," the girl realized. "He saved me." "No, he saved us all." The scout smiled sweetly. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and her smile was very suspiciously tender. "Commander, can you block the distribution of this video on the internet?" An employee of the Central District Hospital asked her. "No need. And you shouldn't censor any discussions related to it." The commander gave the order, but the general said that the man in uniform began to be indignant. But before he could finish his sentence, the commander interrupted him. "Do it!" "I take responsibility for all the consequences," she said in an authoritative voice. "Yes," the man answered her, no longer intending to disobey the girl's order. "It turns out that you and I are on the same page," the girl thought. She smiled slightly, and her cheeks turned a little pink, thinking about the hero with the spear. Village End shopping area. Finally, I will see her again, 4 years later. Chung thought worriedly as he got out of his fancy jeep. 3 layers of gel, luxury perfume, clothes so expensive that they look like cheap ones, lucky underpants. The system scanned the boy. "Did you dress up like that just for a high school reunion? Or are you going to propose to her?" The bug laughed and asked again. "Well, what a proposal. What are you talking about again?" The guy got angry, blushing. "Chung!" The guy standing at the entrance to the large room called him, waving his hand. Meanwhile, the guy was approaching the building, straightening his shirt. "How are you, buddy?" Nin asked him, leaning his hand on the doorframe. He looked at him through small, round glasses. "Headman Ning!" Chung exclaimed, slapping the guy on the shoulder. "How many years have passed, and you still look like a nerd?" he continued. "Well, I'm an ordinary rural teacher. Why should I care about you? You've been hanging around in a big city for so many years, you even managed to buy a car," the nerd answered him. "Well, okay, I embarrassed you. Let's go inside." Chung called him to come in. "Meng and Liu have been waiting for you for a long time," Ning continued, pointing to the table, where everyone was already sitting together, drinking a glass of alcohol for the meeting. "How are you doing, old Chung?" "Do you still remember us?" those watching at the table asked him. The boy was spinning around the table, as if looking out for someone. He looked at everyone sitting, a little nervous. "Why are you rolling your eyes? Although I know who your gaze is looking for." Taking the boy's head, his classmate said, smiling. "Zhang hasn't appeared yet?" Chung asked him in response. "Sorry, buddy, but she's unlikely to come today. She knows about the alumni meeting, but she seems to be busy lately. That's why I didn't strongly persuade her to come." Ning took the guy by the shoulder and upset him. "So that's it," the boy said sadly, lowering his head in response. "Hey, Chang, it would be better for a rogue like you to forget about her." A classmate intervened in their conversation. "Zhang was the most beautiful in our class. You are not worthy of her," Kun told him, holding his hands in his pockets and brazenly blowing out cigarette smoke. "This Kun again. How I can't stand his oily face." He tried to stick to Zhang all his school years, the guy remembered, getting even more angry with the fat boy. "Old Kun, it's like we're having a holiday here, and you're trying to ruin everything?" The calm, non-conflict Ning intervened in the conversation. "I have my own scores to settle with you. Your lousy school has been occupying my land for so many years," he said rudely, pushing the boy with glasses away from him. "Kun, unhook from him!" Chung exclaimed, frowning. He was seriously angry with his impudent, unscrupulous classmate. "Where are you going, you fool? Can I get you properly?" What market do you dress in? If you don't have any money at all, then at least let me throw in a little. You don't even have to pay it back." The guy continued to run into trouble. He grabbed Chung by the chest, blowing cigarette smoke into his face. One blow, and the fat man flew with a crash to the floor. The guy hit him so hard in the jaw that the cigarette flew out of his mouth. He flew like a doll, doing a flip, and crashed heavily on the floor. Classmates were surprised to see what was happening. "What's going on there?" The others began to get up from the tables, hearing a noise outside the door. "Look, it's Jang!" exclaimed his classmates, seeing a girl come in, dressed in a beautiful lilac dress. When Chung saw the girl he had been looking out for so long, waiting for so long, he blushed. His red cheeks really showed that he was a grinning boy. "Jang, you're here! Be careful. It's like the devil has possessed this Chang," said Kun, who was lying on the floor after a powerful blow. "Apparently, you bullied him again," the girl asked in response. "Hello, Jang!" Cheng greeted the girl. "She came. How happy I am for them," whispered Ning, standing aside. "How are you, Cheng?" the girl asked him, smiling. She also blushed a little, embarrassed. Her heart began to beat loudly and quickly. "You haven't changed at all," Jang told him. The boy's heart also began to beat much faster and more often than usual. "And you're still the same," he answered her, looking into her eyes. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. "From that moment on, everything around me froze," the boy thought to himself. Everyone was talking around. But the guy did not hear or see anything except the lovely girl Jang. Neither lively conversations nor the clinking of glasses could be heard anymore. For the rest of the evening, the boy looked only at her. He didn't take his eyes off her. Meanwhile, next to the village N, in front of us is a huge cemetery with large gravestones. Suddenly the ground opened up and someone's hand came out of it. Then the man came out completely. It was not even a person, but an alien in his guise. A girl named Xiao. She walked through the cemetery at night, approaching the village that was located nearby. In some houses the yellow light was on. The girl approached one of the houses. I looked out the window. There was a man sitting at a table with a jar of some liquid and a phone in his hands. "Also, my master," were heard on the phone. "The vicious concubines live up to all my expectations. I haven't seen this for a long time. So many girls in one frame and only one guy," the man thought, looking at them. "Stronger is my lord," they said. "Faster," continued the vicious ones. "What are you doing to me?" he said, laughing. Alcohol cans were falling all over the place. "Hey, who are you?" "I'm lost. Can I stay with the young gentleman for the night?" the alien girl asked, going into his house, looking with sad eyes. "Are you talking about me?" "No problem," the boy exclaimed, blushing with joy, already under the influence of alcohol. "Mister, it's already so late. Let's go to bed," the girl seductively continued, sitting down on the edge of his bed. "I'm so lucky today, I can't even believe it." "Don't be afraid, beauty. I will be gentle with you," the drunken man exclaimed, grabbing her by the shoulders with a twinkle of concern in his eyes.
"Ah, sir, she was right. All men are the same," the girl thought, lying down on his bed.
Here we see a shadow of a girl laying on top of a guy. But what happens? Her hair flies away and huge sharp claws appear on her fingers. She glares at the man. What happened next? Meanwhile, the meeting of classmates continues. "We had a good time, didn't we?" "Maybe we can go on and have some fun," one of the graduates said as he left the room. "Who would have thought that so many people would come and we would all have a great time," said a pleased Cheng, standing next to Zhang. "Don't talk," Ning answered him. "Well, I hand it over to your responsibility, old Cheng." Walk Zhang home, and I ran to the stop while the buses were still running. Ning turned to the boy. "Can I give you a ride?" Chung asked him in response. "No, I'll get there myself," the guy said, staggering a little, and left, waving his hand at them. And so they were left alone. Both were embarrassed. Their cheeks were burning, and their hot hearts in love were beating loudly. "Then maybe we can go?" The boy turned to the embarrassed girl. "Yes, Zhang answered him, lowering her sweet, gentle gaze. How I envy them, Ning thought as he left. He walked down the street alone, with his hands in his pockets. Ning, when will you meet your love? The guy continued to think, looking at the jeep leaving with the loving couple. I was daydreaming about something. I don't have a car or my own house. I am a simple rural teacher. I would like to quickly return home and start preparing for tomorrow's lessons. The boy finished dreaming. Here his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. A girl flew into him, slamming her head right into his chest. Girl, what's wrong with you? He asked, spreading his arms in surprise. Nan woke up from his thoughts. Mister, help me, she babbled with tears in her eyes, as if begging. Her huge eyes asked for help, and knowing the boy Nin, he wouldn't refuse help. Meanwhile, a luxury jeep with Chung at the wheel was already approaching Zhang's house. I'm surprised that you still remember where I live, the girl said with her hands folded on her knees. I used to wait for her every time before school. The boy recalled when he deliberately got off his bicycle near Zhang's house, and he waited for her until she left the house. I even remember her home phone number, although I never dared to dial it. She still uses the keychain she gave me, the guy thought, looking at the keychain that the girl was holding. By the way, they said at the same time, looking at each other embarrassedly.
Speak first, said the girl, and she looked down at her pink cheeks from embarrassment.
Zhang, I like you, and I want to be with you, Chung finally dared to say, taking her hands. Interceptor, I have a message for you, exclaimed the signaling bug. A slap was heard, and the girl's hand ended up on the car window. Libertines, shouted the bug, and calmed down a little. Okay, it's not very urgent. So be it. I'll come back later. The system buzzed and finally fell silent. Sorry, everything here is very modest. Meanwhile, Ning's classmate was telling the alien girl, leading her into his room. Sir, it's already so late. Let's go to bed. The alien girl again began to lure a new victim in a sweet voice. Okay, you lie down on the bed and I'll make my bed on the floor, he told Xiao. What? The depraved girl asked him in surprise. We are already in your bedroom. Who are you pretending to be? She thought, angry. But she still lay down, as the boy said, so as not to frighten off her new victim. It's time, whispered the alien, standing up sharply, apparently just on the full moon. Her eyes glowed eerily, like those of an owl on a dark night. It's time to suck all the life force out of him, she thought. And she approached the soundly sleeping guy. She pulled out her razor-sharp, huge claws, about to attack him. Xiao, are you reading manga in class again? Nan suddenly spoke in his sleep and turned over on his other side. I didn't expect this. The girl quickly jumped to her place, and she lay down on the bed. Why was I scared? The girl thought, turning to the window, not understanding what was happening to her. Meanwhile, the boy had already woken up. He approached the girl unexpectedly, and she pretended to be sleeping, and the boy reached out with his hand to her head. Finally, he began to show his lustful masculine essence, thought Xiao. It's so cold today, and she didn't even cover herself, the boy whispered, and covered the girl with a warm blanket. She lay there very surprised. What a poor thing! She has so much pain in her eyes, the boy thought, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What's wrong with him? The girl was very surprised, since she didn't sleep at all, but felt everything that caring Nan did, and so they slept peacefully all night. The girl is on his bed, and the boy is on the floor, giving her his warm, soft place like a man. My mother told me that if a girl sleeps in the same room with a man, then children will appear. The girl thought through her sleep, smiling sweetly. Teacher Ning finally got a girlfriend. That's it. Quiet. The kids gathered around Xiao said, What? The girl whispered, suddenly waking up. She didn't immediately understand where the children came from here. The girl woke up, screamed in surprise. The kids fell to the floor, also scared. What's going on? Ning came running and asked. He quickly opened the door, looking into the house, and I saw a picture of children spinning around a bed in which there was a sleepy girl. Why aren't you in class, you ragamuffins? Nan exclaimed, addressing the school children who insolently entered the teacher's open door. Sorry for this inconvenience. Yesterday it was too late. I didn't have time to tell you. We are located in the village primary school building, and I am Ning's teacher here. The only teacher, the boy said, blushing with embarrassment, taking the kids out of the room. Breakfast is on the table. I'll be back after school. He said goodbye, waving to the girl. And he went to work to teach the children to read and write. Apparently, I should give you more homework assignments, the guy told them as he took the children away. Don't, teacher, the school children asked him. Elementary school? What is this? And why are they dressed so strangely? Xiao thought, looking at them. After all, this was the first time she had seen this. Surprisingly, Xiao, who appeared as if out of nowhere, very organically integrated into my life and immediately got along with the children, the boy concluded with a smile. There must have been a change. The girl was in the schoolyard, and the children ran around her. She seemed so innocent and spontaneous that she often shocked me, thought Ning. When we watch something a little scary on TV, she screams and hides on my chest. The boy continued to think and be surprised. Or when a girl wanted to eat something inedible. You can't eat this, Ning stopped her. Unlike most girls, she did not look down on me because of my poor financial situation. Her smile was so pure, as if she had never come into contact with the dirt of our world, the boy noted. She never talked about herself and her past, but when she played the flute, it seemed to me that I knew her like my own, Ning concluded, looking with interest at the girl who was playing the musical instrument, as if enchanting him with magical music. I would like to take care of her until the end of my days, the guy thought. Xiao has definitely never tried such delicious milk tea. The boy walked towards the girl with freshly brewed tea in his hand. She will rejoice like a child. He was approaching the building. They were noisily discussing something there. What's going on there? The boy worried and immediately quickened his pace. As I already told your colleague, he didn't pay for the next month, didn't answer the phone, so I came and found him in this condition, the woman told the police. In what condition? They asked. Apparently, he died on the evening of the 8th. Yes, it was a terrible sight. It was as if evil spirits had expelled the soul from him, some guy said to another. So the 8th was just a few days ago. How could he dry up like a mummy during this time? The second man answered him. What nonsense! What evil spirits! Nin thought to himself. But beads of sweat still ran down his cheeks. After all, this is not something you hear every day. Evening of the 8th. The guy saw an eerie shadow, hands with claws reaching out to him at night, in the light of the yellow moon. This is the same evening when I met Xiao, looking at the corpse that the police were taking out, the boy thought. After all, you don't see this every day. It's generally from the realm of fantasy. Indeed, from under the sheet, over the covered corpse, a dry, lifeless hand hung. It's as if this body has long been ossified. It can't be, whispered Ning. Again, beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, hot from excitement. Then there was a noise. Something loudly fell from somewhere in the sky. It's not clear what's happening. He was killed on the day Xiao appeared, the boy said as he left. Nan tried to compare all the events that happened on that fateful day for the murdered man. If this is not a coincidence, and she really is some kind of evil spirit, then what should I do? The boy thought sadly. Hey, Ning! Someone suddenly called out to a guy approaching the school. We were just looking for you. The guy turned to him, holding his hands in his pockets. Kun, what is he doing here together with the village chairman? Thought the boy. The two of them walked towards him. I just wanted to warn you that work will begin here tomorrow, said Kun, as arrogant and shameless as always. What? This is news. Do not enter. It was written on the fence and school building. Kun, what do you allow yourself? This is a school, the boy exclaimed, taking his impudent classmate by the shoulders. Ning was simply furious. How could it be possible to destroy the only school? This is not included in any framework. I won't see that you and I are former classmates, so you better get lost. Otherwise, the disgusting, ruthless Kun said, taking him roughly by the chest. Otherwise, you will be buried alive along with your little devils. The evil guy laughed maliciously with a vile laugh. Chairman, this school remained the only place where children from poor families could learn to read and write. Don't let him do this, I beg you, the boy begged, turning to the outgoing chairman. Tomorrow the construction of a sanatorium will begin here, whether you like it or not. The gray-haired bald man said goodbye. They were in league with his vile classmate. Chairman! Ning did not let up. Maybe stop covering yourself with selfless care for children. I already know what kind of bird you're hiding in your nest. His nasty classmate held him back. Although, if you give it to me tonight, maybe I'll think about it. Kun continued to mock the boy. Leave the outdoor toilet for you. The disgusting fat man laughed at the boy as he left. Ning clenched his fist tightly, barely able to contain himself. He was a calm, peace-loving guy, but no one had ever hit him so hard before. Xiao, don't be afraid, he said to the girl, calming her down and holding her hand. We have been friends with Jan for a long time. You are staying with her for now. And after some time, I'll come back for you. He explained to the girl this option, in order not to leave her on the street under any circumstances. Why do I have to leave here? Are you leaving me? Xiao asked him with tears in her eyes. No, the boy began to explain. It's all because I deceived you, the girl began to say. I didn't understand why her boyfriend asked in surprise. Really, Shu, you... Ning began, as if already understanding what this sweet-looking girl was about to tell. I am not human. In fact, I suck the life force out of men, the girl finally admitted, not wanting to deceive the boy because he cared so much about her, without offending or giving offense to anyone. After all, he was a true gentleman, but my grandmother forced me. Since childhood, she told me that there are no good men, and if I don't kill them, she will kill me. Xiao told him the whole truth, without hiding anything. The girl immediately burst into tears. Okay, that's enough, I understand, the boy said, wiping her tears. Ning, please don't kick me out. I won't do this again, the girl begged him. I don't blame you, but, the guy continued, you have to leave. It's not safe here, the boy tried to explain, looking at her through his glasses. Believe me, we will meet again, the boy reassured her. Ning in no way wanted to offend her, but on the contrary, tried to help. Okay, I have just one request, the girl asked him with tears in her eyes. Hanging her head down, she did not stop crying. I want to be your judgment. I'm ready to wait for you all my life, she exclaimed, folding her hands in front of her, as if asking the guy sincerely from the bottom of her heart. Okay, the boy answered her. He smiled sweetly at her, looking at her with a gentle, affectionate gaze. Let's assume that we have agreed, the boy finished. Xiao gently pressed herself against his chest. Meanwhile, a loud knock was heard on the door. A girl named John went to knock and quickly opened the door. I was waiting for you, Xiao. Come in, don't be shy, the girl exclaimed as she met Xiao at the door. After all, the boy has already made an agreement with his sweet, kind classmate. Where's your cousin? I thought you would come together, Zhang asked her. Ning has a lot of things to do now. He needs to notify the children about the latest events. And one more thing, the girl continued to tell. Ning is not my brother, he is my betrothed, exclaimed the surprised girl. And I guessed right away, Zhang said, taking Xiao by the shoulders, rejoicing for this couple. She was sincerely happy for her classmate. Let's go to bed early today, and tomorrow I'll take you to the city to unwind, she said to the arriving guest and headed to her room to rest. Ning, the girl said the boy's name. Her eyes sparkled. Apparently, she still sincerely fell in love with the boy. The next day, secret devil spear technique, Cheng exclaimed. Brandishing his bladed weapons? I'll practice with a broom for now so as not to lose my form at all, the boy thought as he began his workout. After all, he still has to fight more than one monster. The internet is waiting for the return of the Spearmaster. I must not disappoint my fans. The guy thought to himself as he worked hard. But most importantly, I'm finally meeting the girl I've been in love with for 8 years. The guy dreamed, looking at the photo on his phone. Chen looked at the photo of them together, smiling modestly, standing side by side. Chung, you are so old, and you still buy yourself such childish things. It's not surprising that you still don't have a girlfriend, the woman said while hanging out the laundry, looking at the boy's mask. Mom, you're touching my things again, the boy exclaimed, running up to the woman who turned out to be his mother. It's good that my mother doesn't use the internet. Otherwise, she would have immediately recognized the mask of the Spearmaster. Actually, I'm held in high esteem by the opposite sex, he answered his mother, showing his phone. So, Zhang this time. 2. This is the Central Regional Hospital worker I saved. 2. That's already a lot, the boy calculated in his head, smiling. Oh, how cute they are. Bring any of them to our house, and I will be in 7th heaven. So, will we have time to get you married this year? Mom said, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise. Seeing such cute girls, my mother already imagined one of them as her daughter-in-law. What? What kind of girls? There's me and Zhang, the boy thought, snatching the phone from his mother's hands. He quickly glanced at it. 3 minutes ago. Zhang, got some ice cream. 1 minute ago. Photo. It showed 2 girls with ice cream smiling sweetly. No, the second one is not mine. This is the girl Ning is dating. I think her name is Xiao, the boy said when he saw the photo. Interceptor, while you were busy with your personal life, I didn't have time to tell you that. The alarm bug began to tell him, this Xiao is an alien. I noticed her a few days ago. The bug continued. What? The boy exclaimed, his eyes bulging in surprise. If she is an alien, then Zhang is in danger now, Chung shouted. He was very worried about his beloved aliens. Son, are you sick? The mother asked him, touching the boy's forehead. The guy began frantically dialing his girlfriend's number. Zhang, I was just about to call you. Are you okay? He exclaimed. I'm fine, but... The girl began to say. I lost Xiao, and I can't even get through to Ning, the girl continued, standing on the steps. Crowds of people were walking around. Don't worry, I'll find him, the boy said, and rushed to look for his classmate named Ning. He rushed towards the car as fast as he could, like a jet plane. Mom, I went on business. He said goodbye to his mother, getting behind the wheel of a luxurious, expensive Jeep. He was in such a hurry that smoke was coming out from under the wheels of the car. Ning is a responsible guy. He won't just disappear like that, the guy thought while he was driving. Now he was worried about this boy, too. Why haven't you started work yet? The chief asked the men who were standing near the taps and had not yet done anything. Do you know how much it costs to rent this equipment? Who will compensate me for the delay? Kun yelled at the workers. He waved his hands brazenly in front of people's faces. We are ready, but some guy is still in the building, they exclaimed in response. It seems he's already out. Isn't he the guy next to the children? Said one of the workers, pointing his finger in their direction. Don't cry, Teacher Ning said that he will definitely find a new place for classes. A guy in a pioneer tie explained to the kids. And the children did not stop crying. Now he will collect all the school supplies, and we can study anywhere. For example, under a large tree at the entrance to the village, the guy continued to reassure the children. At this time inside the school, Ning stood with a backpack on his back in front of a desk with books and a study folder. He checked whether he had managed to collect everything. So, I took a large ruler, took a map. The boy listed his school supplies. I almost forgot the markers. The guy remembered and went to look for where he put them. Mr. Kun, let us check the building again, and only then, the workers began to say, but then they were abruptly interrupted by an arrogant and vile gentleman. You've had the whole morning to do this. You've messed up all my schedules, he said, and sat down at the controls of the excavator. Mr. Kun, the workers shouted, waving their arms. The excavator's engine was already humming, and you couldn't hear what the man in the helmet was shouting to him. Nan was just about to leave class when the excavator bucket began to approach the window. A loud crack of broken glass and noise was heard. Clouds of dust flew around. The guy who was calming down and leading the children away from the school turned around sharply. "Teacher!" the children shouted. Tears flowed from their eyes. They knew that their teacher was still in the school building. A piece of the wall fell on the guy, covering it completely, filling it with pieces of stones and clay. Only a hand with multicolored crayons was visible from under the rubble. "What's going on there in the school area?" the girl asked her companion. "Haven't you heard? The school will be demolished and a sanatorium will be built in its place," the man answered her. "Demolish? And where will children from poor families study now?" the woman asked in surprise. Did the rich ever care about the problems of the poor? The man answered her again. Then something fell with a crash near them. They barely had time to jump aside. Meanwhile, an alien girl was rushing there with all her might, as if on wings. She did not walk, but flew, because she had such amazing strength, such cosmic abilities. "Teacher! Teacher Ning, wake up!" the children cried, gathering over the guy's body. Their teacher was pulled out from under the rubble of the wall. "We will do all our homework. Just wake up!" the children nearby cried without stopping. They loved their kind, good teacher very much, although they were sometimes mischievous. "Mr. Kun, we could have big problems," said the chairman of the city. "So many people have already seen this. It will be difficult to hush this up," explained the gray-haired man. Hush it up," the disgusting, vile guy repeated, gnawing his nail. "I found the culprit," he said, deciding to shift his blame onto another innocent guy. "It's you! You didn't take precautions and crushed a man!" The vile guy began to shout, kicking the poor boy with his dirty feet. "But if you can get rid of the corpse without a trace, then we will not testify against you." Kun threatened him, approaching. He brazenly kept his hands in his pockets, speaking rudely to the poor man. "What?" the man whispered, getting to his feet. He was trembling, frightened, drops of sweat flowing down his cheeks, hot with fear. "Mr. Kun, have mercy on me!" The man, a simple poor worker, fell to his knees and began to beg the vile guy. "I've been an honest and decent person all my life. I can't do this," the man continued to beg, dropping his head at his feet. "Hey, Jong, you're his foreman!" "Show me how it's done." Kun turned to the second worker. "Okay," he said, turning his head towards the teacher. He grinned very slyly and meanly, already planning something. "Where are you taking our teacher?" The kids began to wail. They cried, not understanding anything. "Where are they taking his beloved teacher?" Then someone's hand touched the guy in the tie on the shoulder, as if calming. "Take the children with you. Hide somewhere far away," the girl said in a commanding voice and headed towards the lousy guy. "What's going on there?" the girl exclaimed. It was Jong. She ran as fast as she could towards the school. "Construction work is underway here. Entry is prohibited," the workers explained to the girl, not allowing her to go to the scene. "Sorry, but I really need it," the girl exclaimed, pushing them away. She tore off the uncoupling tape and rushed there as fast as she could. "What is this?" she exclaimed in horror, looking at the school, of which practically nothing was left. "Is it Xiao?" She was surprised to see the girl who flew over the school fence like a bird. She scattered all the workers, including the gray-haired chairman. "Save!" That was all I could hear around me. "Have mercy on us, lady!" They prayed around. "Save us!" the most vile Kun shouted. He was flying in flight onto a concrete surface. "I have money! I'll give you everything!" Kun shouted, just to save his own skin. Meanwhile, one of the fragments of stones flying from the school fell on Zhang's head. "Let me go, and I will generously compensate you for his death." The brat screamed in horror, begging the girl not to kill him. They screamed how painful it was. All that could be heard was their growling and pleas for mercy. "Ning," said Xiao, "I'll be there soon. Wait for me." The girl continued and rushed forward. She clenched her hard fist with all her might. The terrible cries for mercy were heard again. A loud crash, fragments and clouds of gray smoke all around. Meanwhile, Jiang fell unconscious. A stone that flew onto her head sent the girl into oblivion. "Jiang!" Chung exclaimed, getting out of his luxurious jeep. He rushed to her as fast as he could, worrying whether she was even alive. "Thank God you just lost consciousness," said the boy, taking his beloved in his arms. He leaned Jiang against the wall. "I'll be back soon," the guy said as he left. Xiao is an alien from the Liao dimension. Difficulty level D? The alarm bug explained to the boy. Why did you stand rooted to the spot? She had already killed several people and was maddened to the point of losing touch with reality. "Do you want mass murders?" the system exclaimed to shake up the guy. "She's the girl Ning is dating." How did it come to this? Chen wondered. He couldn't understand why this happened. Apparently he didn't know something. "It doesn't matter what happened before. Right now she's a dangerous alien for people," the alarm bug continued to say. "You're right," Chung exclaimed. "My task is to intercept the aliens," he continued, and rushed forward, preparing his sharp spear to launch an attack. "I must eliminate her before the number of victims increases," he said, and rushed to Xiao as quickly as he could in order to quickly fight her, stopping the killings. He approached her from behind, raising his weapon to deliver a powerful blow to the strong alien girl. What is this? Chung thought. Tears? He couldn't understand anything. The killer girl is crying. Apparently he really doesn't know something. "No, I can't do this," thought the boy. For some reason he could not kill the girl with a spear in the back. Something was stopping him, but still he threw the spear, only slightly hitting her in the side. Green liquid sprayed from the stomach, and the alien's blood splashed around. The wounded girl fell to the ground in pain. Chung stood in front of her without releasing his sharp killing spear. "What are you doing? You just had a great chance to finish her off with one blow," the system screamed. The alarm bug could not understand what happened to the guy, but I decided to do differently. Because I'm not a killing machine, but a human being, the guy answered the system sternly and seriously. "Xiao, tell me what happened." He turned to the alien girl. "I know you. Ning showed me a photo with you." The girl answered him. "He said that you are a good person. Although, according to him, all people are good," she continued. Streams of salty tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. How wrong he was! There are so many scum in this world! Xiao continued to cry, talking about the boy. "Where is he now?" Chung asked the alien's girlfriend. Trying to understand the situation. Trying to understand what really happened. We see a picture of Xiao sitting on her lap and Ning's head on her lap. Children gathered around are crying. This is how the girl told what happened to her lover, with tears in her eyes. "Condolences, Interceptor. Miracle pills can only help people who are still alive. There's nothing to be done here," the alarm bug told the boy sadly. "Ning, you promised that we would get married." "Who should I care about now?" the alien girl cried over the body of the murdered guy. "The day I met you was the best day for me in the last 500 years, she said, stroking the guy's cold face with her hand. "How could I let this happen?" "Right under my nose," Chung asked himself while watching them. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" The guy turned away with tears in his eyes and asked Xiao. "No, I'll do everything myself," she answered, releasing terrible, huge, razor-sharp claws. "Xiao!" the boy exclaimed. "What is she doing?" the children shouted, and the guy in the pioneer tie, watching what was happening through the window. It was as if she had destroyed herself. "Now we are together again," she whispered and lay down on his hand, closing her eyes. After some time, we see all the cranes working. It's a closed area, and there's a sticker on the fence that says school construction is underway. A huge tree grew under the high concrete fence of the school, near which there was a grave with the boy Nan buried in it. Chung and Zhang often came to his grave, visiting their classmate and his girlfriend who killed herself. "I hope they have a good time there together," the girl said with tears in her eyes, standing over the gravestone. "My life is connected with constant risk. I must somehow protect Jiang from this." the boy seriously thought about the safety of his beloved. The boy took his beloved by the hand and led her away from this sad place. "By the way, come to my place for dinner today." "My mother has been calling you for a long time," Zhang invited him. "I cannot. I need to go to Yanzhou. They called me urgently for work. I had to lie to the boy for her safety. I definitely have to become stronger in order to protect her," Chung decided. Now he will train as much and as hard as possible in order to protect his love from danger in any situation. "Oh, these people! Stupid, emotional, deceitful, and also dying like flies. How good it is to be a system," said the beetle alarm. After the death of Ning and Xiao, Cheng left the village. "I firmly decided, in order to be able to stand up for Zhang and protect her from danger, I must definitely become stronger," the boy said. "Subsequently, I carried out all the tasks to intercept the aliens, sparing no effort," the guy summed up after a while. Double-edged sword. Tokyo, a guy's battle with a giant robot alien. Strike the alien monster, the huge black monkey, King Kong. This battle took place in New York. He dealt with the monster by throwing it from a high-rise building. "I've already told you so many times, don't leave your electric saw anywhere. First of all, you can't find it yourself later. Secondly, bear cubs and other animals can find it and hurt themselves," he explained once again to the man lumberjack. "Have mercy on me. I won't do this again," the man cried. This happened in Changshan. During this time, I accumulated a bunch of rewards for completing tasks. My sword and spear techniques have also improved noticeably, Chen concluded, after winning so many huge, strong victories. Acquired the skill of disappearing without a trace. A reward of 30 million was received. Cultivation level raised to first-class master. The fame of the spear master also reached the next level. I even had my own fan club, the boy concluded. He was already much more confident in his abilities, in strengthening his strengths and skills. At the same time, everyone began to profit from my glory. All online stores were teeming with products with my image. The guy read newspaper headlines and advertisements on the internet, on the windows of huge supermarkets. This attitude towards my image flattered me. I even became a little arrogant, Chung admitted. He watched as those around him followed the news and eagerly learned about the boy's new victories. But behind all this brilliance was hidden the fact that I could not reveal my identity to anyone. I was an ordinary guy who got codes from life. A boy named Cheng summed up his life. And here in front of us is the capital of China. All around are boring people, another monotonous world, the monster thought, sitting on a high roof, watching what was happening around him. Everything was dull and ordinary, he thought. "Be ready," he addressed the system, "because I noticed another alien monster on the roof of the house." "Yes," the alarm bug answered him obediently. "Perhaps they are boring. But isn't your life just as meaningless, Destroyer?" Chung addressed him as he approached the purple monster. "Wow, I didn't think anyone in this world knew me." "Which coalition will you be from?" the alien asked him in response. "Destroyer is an alien from a purple planet, difficulty level S." The system determined it, as if it had scanned it. I don't care, though. After all, very soon this world, at the snap of my fingers, the monster continued to threaten. He will disappear forever. He finished telling the guy about his insidious, menacing plans, waving an iron gold hand. Meanwhile, a group of fans were already taking pictures wearing a mask exactly like Cheng's. "How?" the monster asked, looking at his hand. The boy was a couple of meters away from him. "How is this possible? I've been collecting energy stones for so many years. Why don't they work?" The alien grimaced. His golden hand was also covered in precious stones. "The glove is from Alika," the alien monster said, working his hand and looking at his golden glove. "Energy stones. Are you talking about these?" Chung turned to him. He held in his hands magical gems, or rather a whole glove of a purple monster. I heard that with the snap of your fingers, any wish will come true. This is much better than my buggy system, the boy said, looking at the glove. The monster was seriously angry, and with a powerful jump he rushed towards the guy, trying to attack him. It's time for you to go home, the brave boy said briefly to him, showing him his own golden glove with magic precious stones. The purple monster began to dissolve from the boy's powerful blow, as if he was disappearing before our eyes. How is this possible? He wailed with incredible anger in his eyes. Hour ago. You're so cute. Can I take a picture with you? A little girl asked the alien monster. Was it really him? You're so big and strong. What's your name? Ching asked, dressed as a girl. He was in her guise and crept closer, calculating the monster's moves, and now he was squealing, dissolving in broad daylight. He looked at the useless glove that remained on his hand. I still don't understand how you managed to force him to take off his glove and replace it, the system asked Cheng. Although the destroyer was an alien, he was also a man. And all men have one common weakness, the boy answered the bug to the siren. You can finally relax, the boy said as he entered his luxurious villa. System, I was promised that the reward for this alien would be special. Maybe you can tell me already? Chung asked the bug with curiosity. Okay, log in, said the bug, and it lit up with a bright bluish glow. Why all this mystery? The guy couldn't understand. You just don't know how much is hidden in me, the announcer answered him. After eliminating each alien, his energy is accepted by the system. 1/3 of the energy goes as a reward to the interceptor. 1/3 is sent to the reserve, and the remaining 1/3 goes to improve the system, explained the bug. Wow, so this is how it is, the boy said, writing down in a notebook everything that the system explained to him. Why am I writing all this down? Let's get to the point, Chen exclaimed. He threw the notebook on the floor in anger. In short, the alarm bug began. The system has reached a new level. A couple of new tricks have appeared, the bug continued to tell the boy. Is this a new feature? Chung asked, approaching the machine with toys. He was surprised by such an invention. It looks good. I want to play, the guy said. After all, this is a good opportunity to take a little break from your important missions and at the same time occupy yourself with something other than fighting aliens. What else do I need to pay for this? The boy was surprised, approaching the slot machine. Just scan your fingerprint. For one game you will be debited 100,000, the system answered him. It's somehow too cheap. I'm afraid it doesn't suit my status. Are there any other chips? The boy said jokingly. He grinned, blushing slightly. Yeah, answered the bug. Raise your head. Chung immediately raised his eyes with curiosity and looked up. Go ape! What is this? The guy exclaimed when he saw a huge tall tower in front of him. Endless Tower of Heroes. Looks quite tall, the boy noticed. He approached the entrance of the tower. This can be considered the showroom of the system. All types of weapons, items, etc. at your disposal are stored on this floor, and the remaining hundreds of floors are reserved for... The system continued to show Chen the tour. For the aliens who have obeyed you, the bug annunciator continued the excursion. Submitted? Can I take over aliens? The guy asked in surprise. Yes, some of them can even become your faithful assistants. If you keep them in this tower, then the energy balance of this world will not be disrupted. But at the same time, they will always be at your fingertips, the system tried to explain. If I had known this earlier, I would not have killed the destroyer. Still, he was very strong and would look great in my tower. What a pity. The boy was really sorry and upset. No, not every alien can be subordinated. The system stopped him. Okay. Now it would take a long time to explain this, but later we will understand it using specific examples. The alarm bug finished. Where did he go? The system asked, not noticing how the boy suddenly disappeared. Heavenly Mantle. Heavenly Mantle +10 for protection, fireproof, waterproof. The boy read with great interest and great curiosity. For some reason, I can't get this interesting, so unusual reward out of the toys. She broke down again and again, falling to the bottom of the apparatus. Well, this time it will definitely work out, he thought, using one more attempt. He has already pulled out all the toys. But he didn't stop trying to get the last one, exactly what he needed. "Well, come on, dear!" he exclaimed in excitement, trying to get the long-awaited thing. He was already sweating, having spent so much time on his many attempts. And now the metal claw approaches the long-awaited reward. A little more, and yes, today was not in vain, the boy exclaimed joyfully. Then his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Fatty-chan, how are you?" he asked his friend while answering the call. "Remember when I told you that I invested in the production of the film? Today I want to go and see the filming process. Shall we go together?" The fat man asked him. "So do you want to plunge headlong into show business?" "Sounds like a great way to waste all the money," Chung answered him jokingly. "Be that as it may, the main stars of the future film will be present on the set today. There should be beauties immediately. But in general, I can go alone," the friend continued to blab to the boy. "Well, if that's the case," the boy said, holding his head with his hand. "We have to go," he finally decided, and he didn't want to offend his faithful best friend. 3 months ago. The beauty smile is more valuable than gold. The scene of the main character leaving the bath, the first take. They began to shoot the film. "Mrs. Suo, how are you here?" "They're filming you there," asked the woman who entered the room. An actress girl was changing clothes there. "What?" "I'm just going to the set. Who might be filming there?" the actress asked in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening behind her back. And indeed, the girl saw someone else instead of herself, who was already being filmed by the film crew. "What kind of place is this?" Already in the bathroom, the girl asked, who turned out to be not an actress. What was she even doing here? "How beautiful she is! Who is she?" The woman clasped her hands, watching the filming. "Mr. Director, it seems that we made a mistake." A man with a huge video camera in his hands addressed the man. "All the cameras are still filming. The whole world is on her," answered the director. It suited him very well how this girl played the role. She stood up and came out of the bath to her full height. But something strange. It was as if it was a man. "How is this in general? This is against the laws of nature," exclaimed the film crew. Everyone got up from their seats. "Who are you all?" "Were you sent to kill me?" the monster girl said, looking menacingly at them. It was unclear who this creature was. "Have you tried to assassinate me, the ruler of Lin?" "Tell me the name of the traitor," the guy continued, as it had already turned out. "The killers? There was nothing like that in the script," said the director in bewilderment. They didn't understand anything. They are already confused in the script. "It was wonderful!" one of the men exclaimed, and headed towards the guy in the bathroom. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "In the next film, you will play the main male role," said this man with a video camera in his hands. "What kind of role?" the unknown man asked, holding the edge of the bathtub with his hands. A published photo with the caption, "Surprise in the bathroom," blew up the internet. Official account of the film. A lovely smile. Did you think that only girls have such a sophisticated face? But no, meet the male lead of the new film, A Lovely Smile. These are the headlines that have now filled the entire internet. How is that? How can you be so beautiful? Where else was he filmed? I want children from him. Are there any more photos of him? I won't sleep now. These were the comments that shone under this video. The new superstar Lin, who appeared as if out of thin air, instantly won the hearts of millions of fans. His special temperament attracted the attention of famous director Zhang Xiaogong, who cast him as the male lead in a new historical epic with an unprecedentedly huge budget, Cinema City Hengshan. It's Lin. Lin, I love you. The enthusiastic exclamations of fans of the guy who came as if from nowhere could be heard. "Oh God, it's really him!" The crowd of excited fans continued. They stood behind the fence with posters, raising their hands high, saying his name. These again. The guy thought to himself. It would be better if they stayed at home and raised their children, or cultivated the fields. Stupid! The guy continued to think about the crowd of fans. Lin, I completely agree with you. You are the last support of traditional values. People continued to exclaim. Today investors will arrive at the site. Your presence is extremely necessary. The director turned to the guy who continued to move towards the exit. Lin has given you all food for thought. Think about his words at your leisure. The director shouted to the crowd of fans goodbye. Lin, you are our everything. I love you more than life itself, Lin. The fans shouted without stopping. A month has already passed, and you still haven't figured out a way to bring me home. The guy turned to the man. Why such a rush? These days are such times that at the peak of popularity, any issue can be resolved more easily. Your peak has not come yet. The man answered him. You need to meet with investors, he continued to say to the guy who arrived from nowhere. I'm so tired of this world, the guy said in response. Lin, you are my betrothed. We will meet again. The girl in the cap shouted goodbye to the guy. Mr. Chan, please, the man said to someone, opening the door of a luxurious limousine. You look like a serious uncle, Chen said to his fat friend. It was he who busily got out of the long, expensive car, adjusting the collar of an also expensive shirt. Speak up. Are you investing in this film in hopes of hooking up with actresses? Chung asked him out of curiosity. I chose this project very carefully. Here, even the supporting actors are entirely stars. The entire budget of the film is more than 200 million. I'm just one of many investors. The fat man answered him. I suppose this entire palace complex was built specifically for this film, Chung thought. Mr. Chan, here. They turned to the fat man. Welcome. Producer Jen. A guy with pink hair introduced himself. He behaved like a girl. Xiaomi, meet Mr. Chan. The producer addressed the girls who were nearby. Good afternoon, Mr. Chan, they exclaimed, waving their hands to the guy in a business suit. Good, he replied. How is filming going? Is everything enough? By the way, let me introduce you to my friend. Chan continued the conversation with the girls. He was sweating and blushing from excitement and embarrassment. This is Chung. The guy began to introduce his friend. I wonder where he is, the fat man continued, not seeing the boy. Mr. Chan, would you and your friend want to appear in a cameo role? By the way, this is a great idea. I'll arrange everything in no time, the producer suggested to the boy. System, is there really an alien here? Where did he come from? Chung asked the siren bug, stepping aside. Exactly. Imagine a dial and look at 2 o'clock, the system explained to him, pointing at the alien monster. He? Asked the boy, pointing to a man standing near the stall with a horse. The guy gently stroked the horse. I understand how you feel right now, my friend. You wouldn't want to be here either, would you? The alien was talking to the horse. He doesn't look like a villain. I would even say that he doesn't even look like a problem guy, Chung said, watching him. That is why the meaning of this task is not to eliminate, but, the system explained to the guy, subordinate. The boy finished the sentence of the system. Finally, my endless tower of heroes will be replenished with the first character, Chung exclaimed with joy. We are ready, cheese. Meanwhile, the fat man was photographed with the girls, smiling. Why did he leave me? The guy thought. That's how it goes. There are so many beauties around, but is he interested in that guy? The fat man thought, looking in his direction. Hello, can we talk to you? Chung asked, approaching the guy standing near the horse. He waved his hand at the newcomer to win him over. It seems this is Mr. Chan's friend. Be more polite with him, the director explained to the main character of the film. Take off this mask already, it's so indecent. He continued to address the guy, removing the mask from his face. Wow, his face is more beautiful than any actress with a lot of plastic surgery, Chen concluded. Ruler Lin, an alien from the dimension of monarchs, difficulty level V. Determined by the system. What do you want? The guy asked. The boy almost lost his jaw when he saw the guy without a mask. I'll leave you. Talk here, the director said to Chung and stepped aside. The guy suddenly coughed. So you are the ruler of Lin? Chung asked him, holding his chin with his hand. I once heard a legend about Lord Lin. He was more beautiful than any girl, and for this he hated his appearance. During the fighting, he always wore a mask so as not to confuse anyone with his effeminate face, the boy thought to himself. Yes, we are of the same blood, brother. I work in a mask too, Chen continued to think, blushing, thinking about how to lure him to his tower. Buddy, I wanted to make you an offer. From now on, be with me, okay? He made a plan for a conversation with the guy. Meanwhile, in Lena's head. Stay with me. Daddy will take care of you. Daddy will make you a star. During my stay in this world, I already managed to understand what kind of people hang around the so-called stars. Lin thought, imagining the fat man. You will live in my endless tower of heroes. You will be able to use any weapon. Isn't it humiliating for you to trade your face here? You are great. If we become friends, I will give you the opportunity to practice your weapon skills. Chung continued, spreading his arms in different directions. My tower has a king-size bed and tons of toys. I hope you understand what toys we are talking about. Just be with me and you won't have any worries anymore. This is how the alien guy imagined everything Chen said. He doesn't have a tongue, but a broom. He urgently needs to improve his communication skills, thought the alarm bug, burning with shame for the boy. Well, what do you say? He turned to the stranger again. If you don't shut your mouth now, the guy began to say. He was already seething with anger. It was Cheng who got on his nerves. I'll rip your tongue out. His eyes lit up like an alien's. The guy could barely stand not to attack Chung. Well, how do you like my proposal? Do you want me to show you my tower first? The boy continued. Ruler Lin is an alien from the dimension of monarchs, difficulty level B. He came up with a bunch of bad things in his head. The system scanned him. How dare you treat me like that? The star could no longer stand it. I'll rip your tongue out now. His hair stood on end, and his eyes lit up. It's like they replaced the guy. He grabbed Chung's hand and lifted him up in one motion. With a sharp move, he threw him to the ground. What happened? Chen thought. He didn't expect the guy to react so rudely right away. But in principle, it took him a long time to get it right. Here Chung, of course, was not at a loss. He did not fall to the ground, but with a sharp movement he collected himself and jumped even higher. He did a somersault and did this 3 times. Then he landed beautifully on his 2 feet. My friend, do you want to find out whose kung fu is cooler? The boy asked, standing in a stance, smiling slyly. He tensed his fists, preparing to attack. Are you familiar with martial arts? The alien guy asked, his eyes bulging in surprise. Not expecting this. Why, instead of defending your homeland on the front line, do you offer such abominations to others? The guy shouted, blushing with indignation. Shameless! He shouted back and turned away and left. He made an obscene gesture at Cheng. What? What is he talking about? The boy didn't understand. He remained standing, simply not understanding what the alien could be thinking. Meanwhile, the bug, understanding everything, moved out heavily. Meanwhile on the set, we ask all actors to undergo makeup, the man said into the loudspeaker. Why put makeup on me? Chen turned to the girl who pulled him by the hand. Come on, don't be shy. Your friend Mr. Chan took care of everything. It's not every day that you get the opportunity to star in such a film, the girl continued. You will need to play the commander of the city's defense. You will stand over there. the man with the script in his hands explained to him. You need to keep a calm face, a little respectful, but not ingratiating. In general, the task is simple, the man continued. Brother, don't waste the city's defense. I believe in you, Chan said, smiling. Everyone was getting ready for filming. Fucking fat man! Did I ask you for this? The boy exclaimed in anger. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his fist in indignation. And then the engine sounded. Click! Filming begins. Everything has been ready for a long time. Well, that's it. I've practically gotten used to the role, thought Cheng. He stood dressed in uniform with his arms crossed over his chest. He was very serious, and horns were blowing all around. I am a self-confident enemy general. Protecting the city is more important to me than life, said the boy, getting used to the role, and a whole team on horseback quietly rushed forward. But my enemy, the main character. The boy was surprised. In principle, this is a great opportunity to do everything so that the alien guy changes his opinion about him. So I will have to put down my weapon and surrender. The only function of my character is to once again emphasize how great a commander the main character is. Oh, what a pity, the boy thought. This is the strange plan he had on the set. Mr. Chan, look at this grandiose wall. The director turned to the fat man. We will remove everything so that we only have enough wall on one side. Thus, we saved a lot of money, said the girl. Okay, well done, the producer replied. In all this makeup and clothes, it's not even clear who is who. I wonder if he's still offended by me or has already gotten involved, thought the fat man while drinking fresh juice. And the alien guy saddled his horse and moved forward. He looked very important on his faithful steed. A retinue with spears, also on saddled horses, gathered around him. So, on my command, begin the attack. Lin first, everyone else follows him, the director commanded, and he waved his hand. Oh, I'm already so close to him, thought the main character, on a beautiful, snow-white horse. Almost as if we were sitting at the same table on a date. The girl on the horse thought about him and took a photo on her phone. Can you be a little more professional? They removed the phones, the director exclaimed into the loudspeaker so that the phone flew away from the person who was taking the photo. Hey you, are you sure you know how to ride a horse? Won't you create any unnecessary problems for me? The man in the cap asked the rider. You're just doing extras here, but you show off like a director, she said. What could be difficult about horseback riding? I've seen this on TV 1,000 times, the girl on the horse thought, straightening her hair. Get ready, was the assistant director's command through the loudspeaker. A team on horseback with spears in their hands is ready for battle. Attack! Exclaimed the main character, and the horses rushed forward as fast as they could. Close the main gate. Archers get ready, Chung commanded, supposedly to his subordinates. Yes, the servants answered him. Interesting. The boy chuckled. He apparently noticed something strange and turned his head in that direction. Oh, God! The boy exclaimed. And resting his hands on the concrete pillars, he bent over, opening his big eyes wide. He hit the frame big time. Drops of sweat ran down his cheek. Where did you get this moron? Can he not overplay like that? The man turned to his team. Mr. Director, it seems we have a problem. I tried to reach the main guy. Apparently something serious, since he waved his hand like that. What? The man exclaimed. He stood up from behind his monitor and rushed forward, looking at what was happening. The girl who was riding the horse let go of the reins. The horse rose up on its hind legs. He neighed as if laughing, and then the girl completely lost control of her horse and flew straight onto the asphalt. She did a somersault in flight and flew down, spreading her arms in different directions. Her horse, meanwhile, galloped on alone with all the other riders. The alien guy noticed out of the corner of his eye what was happening behind him. He freed his feet from the stirrups, and yellow sparks began to sparkle under his feet. And leaving the horse, he rushed to meet the girl who had fallen on the hard asphalt. He knelt down next to her, examining for any injuries, and making sure that the girl was conscious, but had been hit hard and had many abrasions. He decided to take her away from here. He picked her up, holding her head with one hand. I checked to see if the girl was safe, although everyone thought that they had taken the rider guy for the filming. "Are you okay?" he asked her, looking straight into her eyes with his huge eyes that were too handsome for a guy. "This is the best moment of my life," said the girl, swallowing her drool. She couldn't get enough of this handsome guy. "I suppose so," the alien guy answered, and he carried the girl in his arms, away from danger. He looked grinning, apparently realizing that this was not a boy, and he glanced in the other direction. The guy noticed that the horses abruptly changed direction. They rushed, as if sensing some kind of danger. They started laughing and raising their heads somewhere up. One of the horses, tied to the wall, in great fright, tried to pull out the bridle, which was screwed onto a pin driven into the concrete wall. "Damn it!" the main character said. He took a sharp leap, as if the wind had caught up with his horse, and shouted in an authoritative voice, "Everything's going to waste!" "Quicker! What's happened? What kind of sound is this?" Those around could not understand. The entire team that was on horseback stood in front of the gate. The strange sound did not stop. "Oh my God! The wall will collapse soon!" shouted the team members who were on top of this wall. Meanwhile, the alien guy was already approaching the horse, which was suffering near this wall, trying to free itself. Because he really felt the danger, the guy raised his sword up, swung it, and with a sharp movement of the sword cut the bridle. It instantly shattered in half, and the horse was freed. "Save yourself!" commanded the alien guy, the main character of the film, a handsome man in uniform riding the most beautiful snow-white horse. And just then, the guy had time to jump off the wall when it began to tilt straight towards the team of riders. "This is the end of everything!" The director burst into tears and shouted. He held his head in horror, and the wall was already falling on the people below. "I will never make up for these losses in my life. Let me in, my friend is there!" exclaimed Fat Chan, rushing towards the falling wall. The employees tried to restrain the boy. "He just said goodbye to poverty and loneliness," said the fat man with tears in his eyes. "Wait, who is this?" said the man who was detaining Chan. They all looked forward. "Superman!" they shouted at once. Some guy, he was visible from the back, rose into the air from under a lot of debris. And he rushed up like a bird, holding his hand in front, like a hero. "No, this is our domestic superhero," the fat man said with his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, the wall was creaking and collapsing. The alien guy was galloping on his horse, looking forward. "It's not for nothing that I spent so much time catching this heavenly mantle," thought the boy. Meanwhile, Chung, with a mask on his face, was already flying forward to help the team. He tied each of them with a rope in one movement, saving them from danger. "The ability to fly makes me a perfect master of the spear," the boy concluded. He gathered everyone together, saving the team with a deft movement. "Hooray! We are saved!" they exclaimed, rejoicing that they were alive, since the wall has almost fallen. The boy named Cheng pointed his finger at the solid wall, thinking about his new plan. "My friend, I'll hold the wall for now, and you go save the extras." Chung turned to the alien guy, placing his hand on the wall. "Agreed." The rider of the snow-white horse answered him, and he rushed as fast as he could to save the others. "Stop showing off already. You'll only last a few seconds at most. I don't know." The bug turned to the boy. "If the wall falls, more than 100 people will die. What are the options to avoid this?" Chung thought frantically. After all, his mission now was to save a large number of innocent people. "Exactly. I'll use the evaporating blow," the boy decided, having already come up with another rescue plan. "Now there will be nothing left of this wall," the guy exclaimed and jumped in the air with another blow. A huge explosion was heard. A yellow glow illuminated everything around, and clouds of smoke mixed with dust. The boy did what he had planned. "Done," he exclaimed, laughing. There are no unsolvable tasks for a spearmaster, and he proudly put his hands on his hips. Wake up, you idiot! The beetle buzzed nearby, addressing the boy who had imagined himself. Ching thought for a moment, and then looked at the wall. A huge hole shone in the solid concrete wall. "System, I need a superpower pill," the boy exclaimed. He rushed to the wall and rested his hands on it. "I obey," answered the bug. "The superpower pill has been used," the guy said. A bright blue light poured onto him in a bright stream. He rushed like the wind, like lightning high up in the blue rays of a powerful light stream. The wall is about to fall. He jumped into a powerful jump, not releasing streams of blue bright fire. The guy picked up the blue light. "Superpower! Evaporating blow!" exclaimed the boy. Like a lot of hands around, blue glowing palms. Huge stones fell from above. The alien guy pushed them away with powerful blows, saving people. The stones began to fall harder and faster. It became much more dangerous around. The alien guy jumped up again and again, saving people from huge rocks falling from above. "What are you waiting for?" he continued to address the people. Because they stood rooted to the spot. Perhaps they were simply in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Chung upstairs was trying to do something. While the building was glowing with yellow rays, he jumped and tried to correct the situation. "I can't screw this up," the boy exclaimed. And he rushed off in the brilliant blue light. We see many palms as if they are touching the wall. In the stream of strange grey smoke, nothing was visible. Chin seemed to be patching a wall, and it seemed to be slowly disappearing, like a ghost wall. This was the first time he had used this power. Even for him, it was something completely new. The wall! It disappeared. The Spearmaster smashed her to dust. Everyone around was enthusiastically discussing what had happened. Everyone looked in surprise, rejoicing that they were alive, thanks to the courage and bravery of the boy Cheng. "Hear me, heavens! I pray that in the future at least someone will invest in my films," the director squealed loudly with folded hands, begging heaven with tears in his eyes. "My heart is about to jump with excitement," exclaimed the fat man. "He is our everything! Idol! Idol! Guiding star!" the saved people exclaimed, being grateful. "Spearmaster! Spearmaster! Spearmaster!" All you could hear was the enthusiastic exclamations of grateful people. Now Chung had even more fans. "Is it nice?" the alarm bug asked the boy. He was a little embarrassed. It's good that the mask carefully hid it. "Well, of course it's nice, but anyone would melt here," said the boy, blushing even more. He rolled his eyes upward in delight. "What about the task?" "When are you going to tame Lin?" the system shouted in order to wake up the suddenly proud boy. "Can you be more polite with me? I'm actually a people's hero," he asked the bug, rubbing his head, because he hit him on the head with his fist. "Look, it's Lin!" the woman exclaimed. Everyone turned around instantly to see what was happening there. The alien guy came out of the clouds of smoke, carrying out two guys. He walked in uniform like a hero. So in this matter, the two of them worked together and worked well. "I am still alive? We were saved by the gods who descended from heaven," the guys exclaimed. They threw themselves at the feet of the alien, being eternally grateful for saving their lives. Against the backdrop of the heroism of the Spearmaster, witnesses to the events completely forgot about Lin, but his contribution was no less significant. How good they look together. They are simply gods, the girls said about the two heroes standing next to the fat man. "Stop. It seems that I completely forgot about the most important thing. Where is Brother Cheng?" A thought suddenly struck him. Initially, he was on the wall. Then the wall tilted, and the Spearmaster came to the rescue. "Where is Chung?" everyone around realized. "It can't be. No." The girls who stood next to the fat man Chan began to lament. Apparently, everyone thought that the boy had been stoned. "It's you." "You're the same guy with strange proposals." The alien guy turned to him. He immediately figured out that Chung was wearing a mask. "And your eye is a diamond, Mr. Lin," the masked boy answered him. He realized that there was no point in making excuses. I decided that until I find a way to return, the alien began to tell him, looking at one point deep in thought. I'll join your team and we'll help people together. The alien guy finished, extending his hand to him. Brother, said Chung. Tears sparkled in his eyes. He was sincerely happy about this situation. I knew that you and I were of the same blood. Handsome guys with superpowers need to stick together. As they say, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The boy could not stop from the overabundance of emotions. As long as we are together, humanity can sleep peacefully, Chung exclaimed, shaking hands with the alien assistant. Bravo! Hooray! Bravo! Hooray! All you could hear was enthusiastic exclamations all around. People sincerely rejoiced at the friendship of the two strongest heroes. In front of us lies Xiangxi County, Lunshan Village. Some man in the middle of the dark night was diligently digging a hole in the forest among the huge trunks of fluffy trees. Have I really found you? I'm rich. After so many years, I will finally become rich, exclaimed the man, looking into the hole he had dug. What? He said, as if with disappointment. Something shone in a crack in the ground. A bright purple light shone in rays, splashing out. What's happening? It shouldn't be like this at all, the man exclaimed. The light was breaking through the thick layer of earth stronger and brighter. The man suddenly screamed with a terrible cry. The earth opened up, and some terrible blue hand with huge sharp claws crawled out of it. The man was grabbed by the throat. He could barely scream, and then it was abruptly thrown to the side. He flew off, hitting the trunk of a thick, tall tree. Only a loud thud was heard throughout the entire forest thicket. "Don't!" exclaimed the man in a hoarse voice. The one who crawled out of the ground grabbed him again by the throat, pressing him to that same huge tree. An unknown monster clung closer to him and began to use its power, as if sucking energy from the poor man. He screamed terribly, and he rolled down the tree and fell to the ground. The man seemed to have dried up. It was as if he had aged in a few minutes. According to our information, the victim was a treasure hunter named Mr. Wong. Presumably, he was killed by some large animal, the police concluded. The channel team has prepared a report for you. A girl with a microphone was broadcasting on a fresh online broadcast. Xiangxi News. A corpse was found near the village of Lunshan, the girl began. And then, right in the frame, she was attacked by the same found corpse. He sunk his fangs into her neck. What a horror! Screamed the girl who, sitting on the sofa at home, was watching just this latest news, a live broadcast. Yes, this is an ordinary zombie, said the grandfather with a cigar in his teeth. Zombie? The girl asked him in surprise. Yan, that was the name of this very girl. I didn't understand what he was talking about. Grandfather, what are you talking about? She continued to ask. I thought I'd go to my grandfather's place to relax, but here. She was seriously worried. Ching ching! Our family finally has a chance to prove itself, said a grandfather named Hun with a cigar in his teeth. During the filming of the new film with Lin's participation, the main set was destroyed. No one was hurt, but filming is postponed indefinitely, the producer decided. Since then, one of the country's main idols, Lin, has no longer appeared in public. How can we live without him now? I miss you, Lin. Come back. Life without him makes no sense. I already thought that I had found the love of my life, the female fans cried. The whole world is collapsing, and only I am unshakable, thought Cheng, sitting on his luxurious, comfortable sofa in an expensive villa. His face broke out into a wide, slightly goofy smile. Come on, where is my reward? He impatiently turned to the signaling bug. Level upgraded to Master at Peak. Reward, Golden Phoenix Armor. Reward, Golden Flail, said the system, presenting the boy with such cool and very necessary awards. Feilong Boots Reward, The reward is the egg of a white elephant dragon. This is how the system awarded him for saving hundreds of innocent people. Wow, what is this thing? How to use it, thought the boy. Brother Chung, what do you have? The alien guy asked him with great interest. Hatching, he exclaimed. Is this the white elephant dragon? Chen said, surprised. A tiny and very cute little animal hatched from a huge egg. It had small horns on its head, large floppy ears, and a long tail at the back. System, is this a reward? What's the use of it? Exclaimed the boy. He took the little animal by the scruff of the neck with one hand, not understanding how it could help him in the battle. Call him by name and you'll find out, advised the beetle alarm. Call me by name? The guy was surprised. Okay, he answered. Elephant dragon. He called the little animal as the system advised him and raised him high with outstretched arms up. Wow, that little beast almost crushed him. He suddenly grew, becoming huge. The horns turned from small to large. The paws became gigantic, with huge, sharp claws. The fangs sparkled like sabers in a wide row. And the tail became powerful and strong. Still, this world has its own charm, the alien guy said, crouching. Brother, save me, brother! The boy squealed meanwhile, lying under the healthy paws of the little animal. Still, this interceptor is quite strange. Being the main character of a manga about a superhero, he must always remain with a cool, imperturbable face. The siren bug thought with a heavy sigh, but such a face can hardly be called imperturbable, the system continued to think. He'll crush me. I'm serious. Help! Chung continued to call for help. He looked a little funny and helpless. Cheng! Someone called the boy, and he knocked on his door for a long time without getting through. She pushed the door. I knocked, but no one answered, the girl said, turning to the guy, holding in her hand a small bag, apparently with groceries. What's wrong with him? The girl thought. Because the guy was lying on the floor and wailing, Enough! Stop messing with me! Damn, I completely forgot about my date with Jang, the boy exclaimed. My former heroic image in Jang's eyes is now completely destroyed. I did not see anything. I'd better go to the kitchen and cook something, the girl thought, and quickly left, covering her face with her hands. She was a little shy. How pretty she is, thought Cheng, sitting on the edge of the sofa. Tears rolled down his cheeks from joy and love. My friend, my dear Cheng, all my money invested in that damn film. All the money, hug me. The fat man rushed in tears at the boy, walking into the open door. Poor Fat Chan, don't cry, the boy reassured him. I'm so sad. My friend. The fat man did not stop complaining and lamenting to him. Hey, what are you doing? Chung asked, angry. He turned red from misunderstanding. The guy hugged him too much. I knew it. Those steel chest, those muscles. Everything fits. He is the master of the spear, Chan realized. Come on, stop it. The boy stopped him. A live reality show about gays was filmed or something. The fat guy just wanted to make sure that Cheng was the masked superhero. Why am I watching this? What am I doing here anyway? Thought the alien while relaxing on the sunny beach in one of the rooms of the endless Tower of Heroes. Brother, this is your home now. You can use everything you find inside as you wish. The guy remembered Chung's proposal. I've been here for several days and haven't done anything during this time, he continued to think. I feel like some kind of pet. I'm not happy, the alien exclaimed indignantly and accidentally grabbed the baby animal by the tail. He screamed. Sorry, the guy told him. Shut up, both of you. You're disturbing me. The beeper stopped them abruptly and rudely, typing something on a laptop. What's there? Do you have a task? The resting guy jumped up with joy. He could no longer sit uselessly alone. A few days ago, a village in Shaanxi County was attacked by zombies. But I can't detect anything on my radar. This is all extremely strange, the system explained the situation. Zombie. It's unlikely that these guys came to us in peace, the alien guy thought, looking at one point. Forward! Let's destroy all the zombies, the guy exclaimed, pointing the little animal to the door. He rushed to the door like the wind, rejoicing. Damn it! I had enough worries with just Cheng, and now there are these two, the alarm bug said with a heavy sigh. Shaanxi, Lunshan village. Meanwhile, there is deathly silence, and none of the people. Outside the village. The village was calm. What happened here? People around were discussing, looking over the fence. They say the locals were attacked by zombies, the guy explained to them. I'm afraid we can't help anyone here. The other one answered him. Exactly, guys, let's go home already, said the others. What are you afraid of? I'm nearby. I don't care about any zombies, one of the men exclaimed. It looks like he jumped. Does he think this hoe will save him? Said the others. Then creepy, dry zombie monsters began to crawl out of the broken windows of houses. The men began to scream and run away in all directions. That brave guy ran away first. A whole crowd of hungry zombies was chasing them. At the same time, in the Yan family estate, the girl walked along the street ahead behind her old grandfather. Who would have thought that our family estate is so mysterious? The girl said, turning to her grandfather. You haven't seen the main secret yet, Grandpa answered, turning to her. He looked at the girl strangely, very suspiciously. Grandfather, is this someone's coffin? She continued to ask. Grandfather led her to some tomb. See for yourself, Grandpa answered, approaching a huge coffin overgrown with a beautiful green plant. Secret passage, exclaimed Grandfather. And the coffin opened. Steps appeared in it, leading somewhere deeper. Ching, don't lag behind. He turned to the girl, calling for him. He had already gone down a few steps. How strongly does it blow from there? Grandfather, what are you storing there? The girl asked, folding her arms over her chest and shivering from the cold. She approached the coffin, stepping over her fear. And I really saw steps there. There were many steps that led the girl to an unknown destination. She followed her grandfather, completely trusting him. Grandfather, what is this? The granddaughter exclaimed with great surprise. She covered her mouth with her hand, almost dropping her jaw. There was something huge covered with material and chained with thick iron chains. This is our story. From time immemorial, our family has fought against evil spirits. But your father did not continue our business, Grandfather began to explain. I don't want our heritage to cease to exist. Today I will introduce you to the craft, he continued. Under the huge piece of material there was not just something, it was someone. Huge, wearing big brown boots. I'll introduce you to my assistant, a dead warrior. Grandpa explained further, picking up some interesting, strange object. It glowed with a bright yellow light. I am Hun, following the precepts of the ancient masters. Grandfather began. 1. The corpse wakes up. 2. The spirit awakens. 3. The dead one rises. 4. The dead warrior is coming. Dead warrior, rise again, he said, ringing some kind of bell. He continued to wail and ring. Everything around was illuminated with green rays like a bright green fire. Is this the dead warrior? Your assistant? The girl asked, looking at the huge, tall giant, completely shrouded in iron chains. How big he is, she exclaimed, very surprised. After all, he was as tall as several people. He's really resurrected, right? He has risen and is even ready to carry out all my orders. He will help us get rid of wickedness, Grandpa continued. So, we'll take him with us and go to war against the zombies. The girl approached the warrior and asked, touching him with her hand, What a good granddaughter I have grown up, ready to go to war against zombies. Grandfather laughed. A completely controllable warrior who can destroy zombies. What could be cooler? The girl continued to be surprised. Ahead is the same luncheon village that was attacked by zombies. Listen to the command. The first and second detachments are forming a cordon, said the commander. And the third? Asked the soldiers. The third detachment will protect the survivors, the commander answered them. Or rather, the commander, the girl is an intelligence officer. The rest follow me, she said in a commanding voice, and she headed forward. What is she doing here? It would be better if she sat quietly at meetings at the capital's headquarters. One of the soldiers thought to himself, he can't help but appear here. How I can't wait to see him, Zhao thought, looking at the beauty of nature. Meanwhile, Chung sneezed and immediately asked, Does someone remember me? As if he sensed the girl. Lunshan village, completely destroyed. All around the streets there are dried-out trees and broken roofs. Zombies walk the streets and you can only hear the cries of ravens instead of the gentle singing of nightingales. Zombies looked into every house. There probably isn't a house left where they haven't gone. Mom, will we soon become the same? Asked the child, clinging to his mother. They were sitting on the floor in a small, half-rubbed hut. No, we're safe here. If we sit quietly, then nothing will happen to us, she reassured her little son. As soon as morning comes, The mother continued to calm the child. But then I suddenly stopped. She quickly hugged her son to her. Pieces of the already dilapidated roof flew at them, falling down. The zombies finally noticed them and began to reach out with their dry, dirty hands, which had creepy, long, crooked claws. They crawled faster and faster towards the poor people. Some were crawling, some were walking. They were very creepy and disgusting. Very vile. There were more and more of them. Mom! The boy shouted. Many vile hands reached out to the child and mother. She blocked it with her body. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine, she reassured him as best she could. Although she herself had tears running down her cheeks. Meanwhile, one of the most terrible creatures was approaching her from behind. He had already opened his mouth with very sharp fangs like a blade. And then, out of nowhere, a huge, sharp axe appeared. He flew like the wind, scattering everyone around. The zombies flew to the ground, breaking like pieces of wood. There was a bright yellow light all around. A yellow ray of light passed near them, knocking them off their feet. The mother and child turned their heads. There was no longer a roof above them, so everything was clearly visible. The child cried a lot. They almost became victims of vile creatures. It seems there are survivors here, said someone, apparently the owner of a bladed weapon. They were approaching a poor mother and her little son. Baby, are you okay? The girl turned to him. Grandfather walked busily behind her. My mom! Hurry up! The boy shouted with tears in his eyes. The girl extended her hands to the frightened child. You don't need to be afraid anymore, she said. Next to them was a huge giant warrior savior. The girl slowly approached the child, but the boy pressed against the wall out of fear and began to cry even more. Don't be afraid. His name is the Dead Warrior. He is our friend. Weren't you injured? The girl asked, talking about the giant man. She was already able to approach the boy and stroke his head. I wasn't, but Mom, the boy answered. Mom was wounded by one of the vile, creepy zombies. Mom! The boy shouted. She began to writhe as if a formidable demon had possessed her, and then the woman's eyes glowed white. Huge, sharp fangs grew, and the skin turned purple. She became just as creepy after turning into a zombie, and then she rushed in a sharp jump, trying to attack the child. She was terrible. Claws flashed on her hands. Separate, Grandfather commanded, taking out his weapon. He flew up with lightning speed to protect the boy, who had already been through a lot. No! Exclaimed the boy. The girl closed his eyes so that he would not see how his zombie mother was being dealt with. A sharp spear was approaching the monster. It's a shame, but nothing could be done. Otherwise, she would have infected the boy too. The zombie mom fell to the ground. The boy rushed to her, realizing that he had lost his mother. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. Mom, wake up. Mother! The baby wailed. He knelt down next to the fallen zombie mom. Poor baby, but at least he was saved. Is there nothing more we can do? Can't we bring her back from the dead? You resurrected a dead warrior. Maybe you can resurrect her too. The granddaughter asked her grandfather with hope in her eyes. She felt very sorry for the boy who was left an orphan. No, grandfather answered her briefly. There are 9 levels of the dead. Hobbling, walking, running are the lowest levels. Copper, silver, gold, medium. And the elite include the flying yaksha, the demon of drought, and the zombie god. Dead people of mid-levels, i.e., in copper, silver and gold armor, are able to maintain mental activity after resurrection, so we can control them. But this poor woman is one of the limping dead. Her consciousness can no longer be restored. No matter how sad it may be, nothing can be done. Grandfather said sadly, lowering his head. After all, he was also very sorry that the boy was left without a mother. "What are we going to do with the child?" the granddaughter asked her grandfather. "He will need to find a safe place himself and hide there," said the grandfather as he left. "But how did he—" The girl began to speak when he interrupted her. "It will be much more dangerous for him with us," grandfather finished, as if not giving her any hope. "Give it to us," came the commanding voice of the officer's girlfriend. A whole capture group was approaching them. "Commander Zhao!" was suddenly heard. They came very close and prepared their weapons. Meanwhile, the boy Chung and Lin were already approaching faster and faster towards the scene. They were as fast as lightning. Ahead is the same luncheon village. "Lin, aren't you tired of keeping up with me yet?" Chung turned to the alien guy and asked him. "Of course not. You're not that fast, especially since—" The boy began to be indignant because he also didn't want to lose face in front of Cheng. "I'm still a military man and I'm used to campaigns," the guy said, clenching his fists, showing his courage. "Wow, he's smart. Actually, I'm a hero here," the boy exclaimed, and instantly rushed after the alien, flying in front of the guy. "But if I ride into the village on an elephant dragon, everyone will be simply shocked," thought Cheng. It was like he was competing with this guy. "I still can't figure out the location of the zombie leader." "If you start a task before it is confirmed, then at the end you may be left without a reward," the system warned him. The boy knitted his eyebrows and looked menacingly at the siren bug, and he rushed forward even faster than the wind. "Did I ever care about the reward? Still, for the sake of people," he exclaimed. "Brother Chung, the massacre has already begun down there." The stranger turned to the boy, already at the edge of the village. "What's going on?" the boy asked, running up to him, deciding to see everything with my own eyes as soon as possible. "Sorcerers against the military?" Chung exclaimed. "No, they are fighting together against a common enemy," the system informed him. "Against the army of zombies," the bug signaler finished explaining. "We are surrounded!" "Commander, there are too many of them!" exclaimed the capture group. "When will reinforcements arrive?" asked the scout girl. "In at least half an hour," her subordinates answered. "Fire!" There was a team, but the zombies became more and more numerous. They were already squeezed from all sides. There was practically no way out. "Grandfather, haven't you allocated too little time for my preparation?" the granddaughter asked her grandfather. She didn't even have any weapons other than small clenched fists. "I expected everything to be much simpler." "I wasn't ready for a horde of walkers," Grandpa answered her, quite encouragingly. "And what does this mean?" she asked, a little shocked. After all, she is not at all ready for such powerful battles with the enemy. And there were too many opponents. "This means that someone made them like this," the grandfather began to tell. The girl climbed onto the back of the giant warrior in order to save herself at least a little from the zombie monsters. Zombies move from the category of hobbling to the category of walking only when they have a leader, her grandfather explained to her. "Congratulations, granddaughter! Soon you will have your own zombie assistant," grandfather exclaimed, looking at the granddaughter sitting on the giant's shoulder. "Does my assistant have to be a zombie?" the girl said, as if not understanding her grandfather's joke. At the same time, in one of the houses in the village, we see some kind of mayhem on the floor. Zombie people, some with Iraqis, some in a fashionable bandana. It was something out of science fiction. The man stood in a leather jacket with skulls. Her hair was braided in a long blue pigtail. He looked in the mirror while getting dressed. The leader of the zombies is Kui. This was their leader. He put on a very fashionable cap in front of the mirror. He continued to dress up and look at himself, admiring the table of his disgusting self. But he probably thought he was handsome. "Fly more carefully," Chung meanwhile commanded his enlarged pet. Someone collided two foreheads of terrible, nasty monsters. Sparks flew from their vile heads. Meanwhile, the granddaughter with her grandfather and the giant warrior were completely surrounded. Nearby is Commander Zhao and the capture group, who would seem to be almost done for. Their leader is somewhere nearby and controls them. "There are too few of us to resist them," Grandfather exclaimed, turning to the commander. "Reinforcements will arrive in a quarter of an hour. What plan can you propose?" The officer asked him. "What kind of plan can there be when we are completely surrounded?" Grandpa answered, fighting back as best he could with his hands and feet. "This is the kind of assistant I would like for myself," the granddaughter exclaimed when she saw someone in the distance. And red hearts shone in her eyes. "Don't panic," they shouted in unison. A huge, powerful dragon flew overhead. They all looked up. "Sorry it's so late. I ask everyone to follow Lin to a safe place," the boy said, waving his hand at them. "It's him!" the girl officer exclaimed, almost dropping her weapon with joy. She looked at him without looking away. "Next, I'll do it myself," said the boy. And he looked down, assessing the situation. "I was born for battles," the alien guy exclaimed, and rushed not to hide in a safe place, but into a dangerous battle. "How cute he is!" everyone thought in unison. After all, he was very handsome for a man. Any girl would envy his beauty. He ruined the whole picture. How infuriating! Chung got angry. He was already burning with envy. But still, the guy was his partner. "Elephant dragon, forward! Burn them all!" The boy commanded his faithful dragon cub, pointing his finger at the target. The dragon gathered his strength and gained fire, prepared for an important flight. Everyone raised their heads with interest and surprise as they watched what was happening. Chung really surprised everyone around him, and then the dragon blew with all his might, spewing out a bright orange conflagration. It was an extraordinary sight. Zombies were flying around. They burned in the bright glow of the conflagration. They screamed as they burned, turning into ash and ash. "The front line has been cleared," the alien guy exclaimed. He was a great guy. He skillfully scattered a whole bunch of vile monsters. "By order of the Spearmaster, I must take you to safety." "Hurry up, follow me," said the alien guy, turning to his granddaughter and grandfather. But it was not there. "Forward! Let's get them!" "Forward!" was heard in response. They also were not going to hide in the corners, but rushed into battle. "Well, okay, we can kill zombies," the guy thought. From their running, his hair was blown a meter to the side. "Grandfather, you said that their leader must be somewhere nearby." "Why haven't we met him yet?" asked the granddaughter. "Because he has intelligence, and he is not a fool to fight on the front line himself. He controls everyone at a safe distance for himself," Grandfather answered her. "But even taking into account the fact that there is a Spearmaster on our side, it is unlikely that we will be able to avoid meeting him," thought Julia. "We were good at setting zombies on fire," Chen concluded. He looked down at what was left on the battlefield. However, the boy thought, apparently he didn't like something. Something seems strange. Something doesn't add up here. Why are there so few of them? Chung continued to think. Maybe this is some kind of cunning move by their leader. The boy thought, did someone really order them to retreat? His brain was boiling with different versions. It can't all be that simple. What kind of tricks are these? Something flew past him, almost hitting him. A purple transparent circle scrolled in the rays right next to it. I barely dodged, the guy thought. And then what? He looked to the side into the depths of the forest. There was also some kind of light shining there with a violet glow. Again? The boy was surprised. Some discs with a violet glow were flying from this light. They were very dangerous and sharp. "Elephant dragon, fly to the light." Chung gave the command to his little beast, and they rushed as fast as they could. The dragon looked very menacing and intimidating. I was already ready for this throw, he thought, looking with his sharp falcon gaze. A sharp disc was flying towards him again. So it's him! Their boss is hiding there, the boy realized. Chen rushed as fast as he could. He had to catch the leader of the zombies at all costs. You wanted to kill the spear master with some kind of hoe? The boy exclaimed. He dodged the flying disc by sticking out his finger, which was slightly grazed by what ended up being a sharp hoe. She just spun like a disc, like a boomerang. You can no longer be distracted by this. Full speed ahead, the boy exclaimed, and his little dragon rushed forward like the wind. Where did he go? Chen suddenly realized, having lost sight of the leader of the zombies. He began to circle over the forest in search of the vile creature. The tactical eyepiece has been launched, said the beeper, apparently deciding to try something new. So there it is. The zombie leader can inhabit a 1,000-year-old ebony tree. When he is in the area of influence of the magnetic field of this tree, my radars cannot detect anything. The system is upset. Well, never mind. The elephant dragon and I will find him. What do you think? He asked his little animal. Then the dragon, taking in air, decided to scorch everything around with fire. They can put us in prison for setting fire to a forest, thought the boy. Realizing what the guy meant, Dracosha immediately swallowed his gust of fire. I'd better look for him myself, the boy decided and jumped, leaving his little animal down. For now, rest, the boy exclaimed, turning to Dracosha. He shrunk it and rushed off about his business. Hey, zombie boss, stop hiding, show yourself, said the boy. He walked through the forest, holding his mighty spear in his hand. Otherwise, Chung continued. He clutched his weapon tightly. Sparks flew all around. I'll cut you into pieces. The boy threw threats, waving a sharp spear. Something flashed around, many shadows. There were more than 5 of them. Zombies began to appear and attack him. Sent his 6s to fight with me like cannon fodder, the guy exclaimed, looking at the suicide bombers advancing on him. And then Chung went wild. Somersault with a flip. Powerful blows one after another sent the zombies flying. He scattered all the creatures that attacked him. Finally, you showed yourself, the boy said, frowning menacingly. He readied his powerful sharp spear again. The zombie leader stood up to his full height. His dark figure turned black in the moonlight. The monster took off his fancy cap. Why are you so happy? I'll finish you off now, Chen exclaimed. Zombie leader Kui is an alien from the Zom dimension, task level A. The system scanned him. What's happened? Is there something wrong with me? The boy wondered. Somehow his condition was very strange. Am I sent? Chung thought. He leaned against his spear. It was as if my eyes were blurry. This was still missing. Damn it! The hoe that scratched me was sent away, the boy exclaimed. He understood what was going on. Anxiety! Your nervous system has been affected by an unknown poison. Immediately leave the enemy's territory, the bug explained. And the zombie leader stood in front of him, completely calm, even smiling slightly. I can't die like this, thought the boy. Sweat ran down the guy's face. Chung did not expect such a turn of events, but he gathered his strength and suddenly made a sharp jump upward. The zombie leader flew off to the side, but he stayed on his feet and made a counter jump, trying to strike. Again, the noise was like explosions. Trees flew to the sides. It was as if many trunks were cut down at once. Clouds of smoke, dust, and Cheng flying from the blow that pushed him backward into a thick tree trunk. He cracked his back as hard as he could. How painful it is. Is this really the end? Thought the boy. Sparks were coming from him. That's it. All my strength has left me, Chung realized, narrowing his big eyes. Really now? The boy thought further. Am I going to become a zombie too? The boy whispered in horror. He himself no longer wanted to turn from a spear master into a zombie master. Where am I? The guy thought, not understanding anything. He was able to open one eye slightly and, exhausted, see gray smoke. Am I being steamed? Thought Cheng. He was wrapped in something, and smoke really enveloped him. It should turn out very juicy. Looks delicious. The zombie women were discussing the new dish around. Do you even know that cannibalism is punishable by law? Let me go, the boy exclaimed. He no longer knew whether it was better to become a zombie or to be eaten by them. Don't eat me. I have more shit than meat, Chung shouted. The leader was already licking his lips over him. The boy tried to get out, floundering like a worm in ropes. But his attempts were in vain. What if he doesn't remember me? Thought the girl sitting near the blazing fireplace. Yan family house, alchemy room. She fanned the fire in the fireplace. The firewood crackled loudly as it blazed in the fire. Oh, it seems I turned the heat up too much, the girl thought. The boiler has already begun to crack. The boy screamed, joyfully raising his hands up. The vessel scattered into fragments in different directions. Oh, God! The girl said, and covered one eye with her hand. She turned all red, apparently from the heat around her. The guy rushed towards the girl. He approached her in one motion and took her hands. Apparently, he was very grateful to the girl. Yan Hongyi, head of the Yan family. Has the spearmaster come to his senses? Asked the grandfather. His body, tempered by martial arts, is not so easy to break. According to the family recipe of the Yan family, a medicinal bath must be taken for 24 hours to get rid of cadaveric poison, explained the grandfather. I'm sorry, aren't you in pain? Chung asked the girl. There's no need for that. I'd be happy to help heat the water myself, the girl answered him. Honi laughed. I feel that if Chin copes, then her fate will not be a corpse, thought the grandfather, covering his mouth with one hand. Meanwhile, the girl moved away from the boy. She chuckled embarrassedly, as if some plan of hers had succeeded. I know that you are a master of the spear. The girl turned to him. Have I been found out? I said almost nothing. Really? The boy covered his mouth with his hands and thought, I would not forget my savior. Today I repaid your debt. I think this is what people call fate, said the girl. My name is Chin. I'm from the city of Yanzhou, but I returned to my home for a while for the holidays, said the girl. I'm actually here. She should wear glasses, the boy thought. Don't get me wrong, studying zombies and all that doesn't interest me at all, she continued to explain.
Chin, you are good, but I can't hold back my chuckle anymore, the guy whispered. What's happened? Is there someone there? Chin asked, turning around. Apparently, someone was knocking on the door.
My body cannot be broken by some zombies, Chen said as he walked out the door. Before he could get out, a girl, Officer Zhao, flew into him. Aye, she exclaimed, hitting him. What did she forget here? The boy thought, covering his mouth with his hand. He woke up, that's good, the girl said to herself. She blushed a little from embarrassment. You don't have to hide. I still can't report you yet, the scout thought, crossing her arms over her chest. In the end, you and your companion, for the sake of... The girl began to explain to him. Exactly. Where is Lin? He wasn't injured, was he? Chung exclaimed. He began to slowly put everything together piece by piece, remembering what happened to him. Where are you, Lin? The boy shouted. He jumped forward as fast as he could. But I haven't finished speaking yet, Zhao whispered, upset that the boy didn't even listen to her. Lin, the boy called him. He began to look for him everywhere. He opened all the doors and cabinets. Lin! Cheng kept calling him. He had already opened everything without finding the alien guy. I even looked near the chickens. He was very worried and began to get upset. Where was his assistant, the hero, the savior of humanity? Treasure those who are close to you, because one day their voice and smile will flicker less often, and they will leave you, leaving you alone with grief. Lin has still been the most important person for me. Since he's nowhere to be found, the boy thought, upset. There is only one option that could have happened. The boy began to cry tearfully. After all, Lin was for him not just an assistant, a partner, but also a friend. Yes, here I am. Why make a fuss? Said the alien guy, who suddenly appeared. Boo! Cheng was surprised. He opened his eyes in surprise at a guy who had crawled out from somewhere. System space. Lin, little Dracosha, you're safe, the boy exclaimed and rushed to hug him. By the way, about the head of the zombies. Did he manage to escape? It's good that you saved me. Otherwise, I would have become a zombie, the boy said gratefully. Maybe you can get dressed, and then we'll talk? Lin answered him. Apparently, there was a lot to tell. Oh yes, the leaves that covered his body began to fall off. The signaling bug turned away, embarrassed. 5 minutes later, that's how Chen said, listening to the alien guy. After I lost consciousness, Lin and the elephant dragon also returned to the tower. The boy was collecting everything in a heap. That's why you have to retreat when I speak. Another time, no one will help you, the beetle announced. Since Chung has recovered, can we go back and finish what we started with the zombie leader? The alien asked the bug. The system doesn't have enough knowledge about zombies, and going blindly is very dangerous, the system answered him. Old man Yan Honi, he's a zombie specialist. And I have a talent for finding out information, the boy suddenly exclaimed unexpectedly. The Yan family's living room. We see a large, beautiful room. There are green prices in pots and a light blue sky all around. I am amazingly talented. The lines are clear and simple, the boy thought, scribbling something on a large sheet of paper. This is what the head of a zombie looks like, Chung explained, handing over his creation on paper to Grandfather Honey. Gentlemen, please take a look, Grandfather called everyone. Apparently so that everyone can see what the zombie leader looks like, Grandfather showed the drawing. It was certainly a masterpiece. I wonder if anyone understood anything at all. According to the young man's description, the head of the zombie is much stronger than the golden one in terms of level. I haven't come across anything like it yet. In the drawing, it looks quite abstract, Grandfather Honey concluded while looking at the drawing. There are so many miracles in the world. Chung needs to enter this data into the Central District Hospital database, the girl officer thought. What a bold calligraphy technique he has. Amazing skill. Beautiful. Just like himself. The granddaughter was touched by the boy. To be honest, nothing is clear, the girl immediately added to herself. Fortunately, when the head of the zombie and the owner were fighting, I recreated the energy waves of the zombie, and now we can track it, said the warning bug. Then the bug began to whisper something in the boy's ear. He listened carefully with knitted eyebrows. Gentlemen, my intuition tells me that the head of the zombies, along with his horde, is heading to the city of Yanzhou, said Cheng. Yeah, intuition. The system grinned, closing its eyes. They passed the densely populated city of Longjiang and headed through the mountains towards Yanzhou. There is a path there, thought Grandfather Coney. Mount Longyan? This is the point of rebirth of a clap of thunder. Do I remember everything correctly, Grandfather? His granddaughter asked him. Right! That's where he's headed. That leader is probably of the gold level. He's going to the sound of thunder to raise his level to a flying yaksha, Grandpa exclaimed. A flying yaksha? Everyone thought at once. Each of the warriors became wary. Flying yakshas feed on human souls, have limitless supernatural power, and are close to demons. By the time we get there, I'm afraid it will be too late. He continued to explain the situation. But, the girl officer began to say, thinking, since they were very worried about what would happen next if this Yakshi was so strong. Don't worry, I have a plan, the boy reassured his warriors. Already, as always, planning something. Let's go to Yanzhou. Let's get to the thunderclap and finish it off. Team of interceptors, we're ready to attack, the boy exclaimed. Mount Longyan. We see a huge sprawling mountain in front of us, around which a green fluffy forest lives its life. There, near the mountain, there is a guy. He raised his hands up as if inviting someone. Some light shadows were flying around like ghosts. It was the leader of the zombies. He was performing some kind of ritual. And then creepy hands with huge sharp claws began to crawl out from under the gravestones. Rise up! The leader shouted, and all the dead began to come out of the coffins. There were a lot of them, and everyone was heading to the top of that huge mountain. Longyan, we are coming to you to fight, exclaimed the team. It was the Interceptor team's debut. Zombie killer group. Everyone is ready to attack, although it is not yet clear what will happen. A group of interceptors moved into the sights of some vehicle, and thus they began to move towards their goal. Here in front of them is Longyan Mountain. "We've arrived!" exclaimed the team. "What kind of games do they have?" "I don't know, but I'm embarrassed to ask. There are a lot of assumptions. I can't choose where to start," the guys in helmets said to each other. "I'm reporting." "We have arrived at the ascent to the mountain," said the Central District Hospital employee. Not a single military vehicle was already parked there. The entire detachment is in its positions and is ready to begin checking at any moment, one of the military men reported. "Great," Zhao replied. "Master Cheng, my men can eliminate the remaining zombies and ensure the safety of all civilians. I leave the battle on the mountain itself to you." The girl turned to the boy. "I will live up to your expectations," the guy exclaimed. "The appearance of people who deserve trust. Hey, in words the plan is excellent, but will it really work?" The alarm bug asked in surprise. "Of course not." At the foot of Mount Zhaolin from the Central Regional Hospital, on the mountain itself, her people are located in combat positions, and I will kill the leader of the zombies alone. "I couldn't come up with a better plan," the boy exclaimed, raising his hand up. And so the whole team, riding a huge, healthy elephant dragon, rushed forward towards danger. They were already flying to the top of a huge mountain. Elephant dragon, full speed ahead to the top of the mountain, the boy commanded his faithful friend. Meanwhile, he is already with his tongue on his side. "I'm tired as a dog," thought Dracosha. "Grandpa, isn't it too hard for the elephant dragon to carry us?" The granddaughter turned to her grandfather. "Yes, riding a mythical animal is not the same as riding an ordinary one," Grandpa answered her. "The clouds are thickening. I'm afraid our battle won't be simple," the alien guy thought, looking at the agitated sky with a bunch of lightning around. "In front of us is the altar of Longyan Mountain. Many steps lead to the top of a huge, tall mountain." The team dismounted their mount, looking up at the stone steps. The history of this altar goes back centuries. The era of all law made it abandoned. It is not surprising that it has now become the haven of the head of the zombies. "I'll use Shilanzheng to curb him," the grandfather decided, coming up with a new plan in his gray head. Shilanzhen, in the mantra of the public pavilion, the mountain represents pure yang, receiving yin, which is necessary to preserve negative energy underground. Blood of the Song dynasty. "Qin, draw a talisman for executing the demon," grandfather exclaimed. He poured bottles of scarlet blood onto the sharp sword. "Okay," said the granddaughter, drawing something with a brush on a sheet of paper. "If zombies attack while I'm getting ready, you'll hold them back," grandfather asked, turning to the team. "How could it be otherwise?" the alien guy answered him. "It's too quiet here," Chung thought. "And it's very strange." After all, he always tried to think at least one step ahead. "Lin, guard the Yan family, and I'll look around. I need to find the leader of the zombies." He turned to the alien and, riding his elephant dragon, rushed forward. The granddaughter watched him go. The boy on his unusual horse was already approaching the top of a huge mountain. "Miss Yan, don't worry. Cheng can be trusted. Since he agreed to help you deal with the zombies, he won't stop until he kills their main one," the alien guy reassured the girl. "Unconsciously draws a talisman for the recently deceased," the guy noticed. "Is there anyone on the altar?" Meanwhile, having already climbed to the top of the mountain, the boy thought. It was quiet and suspiciously calm there. "This is an ambush!" Chung exclaimed. And instantly, with all his might, he jumped down on his elephant dragon steed. "It's gone," he said. Is he also a zombie? The boy thought when he saw the huge monster. It was like a giant zombie gorilla. "And here is their head," the guy saw. The leader of the zombies was sitting in the mouth of the mountain, with many zombies swarming around him. He sat on the throne like a king. "Do you have the courage to show off in front of me? We need to get you for this. And it doesn't matter how big you are, Chung thought. He was very serious. And full of courage, he rushed forward on his horse towards danger. He prepared his sharp steel spear. "Strength is much more significant," the boy exclaimed. And he attacked the huge gorilla monster. He was too big and strong. Nasty, huge fangs protruded from the disgusting mouth of the terrible monster. The boy tried to get as close as possible on his dragon, and the beast dodged his blows very deftly. Although he was such a big guy, it would seem not at all agile. But a powerful blow from a dragon. "I underestimated you. How are you, baby?" He turned to his horse. He, in turn, turned out to be much faster than the gorilla monster. "Damn, the storm is approaching," the boy said, standing astride an elephant dragon. The entire sky was already covered in many bright lightning bolts. "Drakosh, come to your senses." "And I need to go back," he shouted to his horse goodbye, leaving him in a safe place. And he again rushed towards the gorilla monster. "After all, their leader is thirsty for battle!" exclaimed the boy. And he rushed, bearing his sharp steel spear, straight towards the bloodthirsty beast. He attacked him with all his strength. A lot of lightning and bright purple rays sparkled around, and the monster itself screamed with a terrible roar. A stream of bright purple light splashed out from the very mouth of the mountain. The whole sky became very light, as if it was not night, but day. "What a bright light!" the guy exclaimed. "Cheng." "Oh no," said the granddaughter of the Yan family and the alien guy. "Thunder roared," grandfather said, turning around. "And the flying yaksha was born." Huge black wings blocked the stream of bright light. A terrible winged yaksha descended, sparkling with his small devilish eyes. "Flying yaksha." He survived the thunderclap so easily and moved to a new level, exclaimed the Yan girl, with wild horror in her eyes. "I haven't encountered anything like this, but something tells me that a life-or-death battle awaits us," thought Grandfather Coney. "Don't even think that just because you've grown a couple of wings, you'll dominate the whole world." Chen turned to the winged Yakshi. "My weapon is the despot's spear, far from a weak weapon," the boy whispered, very much hoping for his spear. He attacked the monster, hitting it with all his might with his powerful weapon. And he himself was thrown back a little by the blow. He hit the Yaksha monster in the chest with the tip, but there it was as if everything was healing at once, as if a new mechanism had appeared. "Damn, he's cheating. Such rapid regeneration defies any explanation," the boy exclaimed in bewilderment. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. "Did you want to hurt me with this trinket?" the flying Yaksha Xuankoi asked him, flying closer. He was clearly mocking Chung, and then something changed in his face, or rather in his muzzle. "What's going on?" the monster exclaimed. Green liquid was leaking from his wound. Now Chung began to grin. "Today the topic of our lesson will be to answer the enemy with his own coin. On the tip of the spear is not simple poison, but a toxin that has been infused for 49 hours. This is the plan that Boy Cheng decided to take revenge on the leader, and the green potion was slowly starting to take effect. There is a strong toxin in your body, and you are trying to escape. A decision worthy of a zombie leader," the boy laughed. "You're already a corpse," Chen said, pointing his finger at him. That's what Punch said, laughing, and the boy continued to mock the monster. "What kind of trick is this? They didn't show this in movies about zombies," the boy said, noticing something. "We reflect," Cheng exclaimed, and he used a new technique of his abilities. His sharp spear spun above his head as if drawing a circle. Sparks flew like bullets bouncing off metal. "Don't even dream of escaping," the boy shouted after him, since the Yakshi was already quickly trying to escape. And then some force caught up with the zombie monster, and she hit him on the lousy horned head. "What's the matter?" The leader of the monsters couldn't understand. The boy knocked him off balance. Yakshi grabbed his cheek with one hand. Mountain technique. Buddhist Arena. Something unusual was happening at the top of the arena mountain. A huge transparent circle lit up the sign of yin and yang. Beams of bright light flamed around the arena. "This is the first time I've installed such a huge barrier," said Grandfather in the meantime. "These circles and glowing yin and yang are his work." "Young man, you must pacify this evil spirits at any cost," Coney continued to say. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks from incredible excitement.
"Where are you going, degenerate?"
the boy asked, catching up with the winged monster and pointing a sharp spear at him. "You'd better try my unparalleled shadow spear technique," he exclaimed, approaching him, preparing to attack with all his might. "Steel feathers," the Yakshi shouted in response, and he threw a lot of black feathers at the boy. "Harden!" The winged monster gave the command to his living, gloomy, devilish feathers. He began to laugh with an eerie, demonic laugh, apparently trying to intimidate the boy. But Chung was far from timid, and here, the monster did not expect such a turn of events. "I'm surrounded!" he exclaimed, opening his nasty, fanged mouth. "The coherence of our team has no equal," the boy said with a smile. Chung believed in the strength and unity of the people who trusted him, and he made a huge, sharp leap and flew into the winged beast like an arrow. He pierced him with his sharp, powerful spear. Meanwhile, a bright stream of light stretched from the sky to the top of a huge mountain. Bright sparks flew everywhere, dissolving into the air. A powerful flow of wind was felt. The team was almost blown away by the wind. The granddaughter and grandfather did not have time to wipe their eyes from tears due to the strong wind. "I beat you by 2, the boy said, pulling out his magic spear from the chest of the winged monster. "Great!" exclaimed the alien guy on the other side of the mountain. He sat on the elephant dog, watching what was happening. Meanwhile, the rest of the team ran up. "It's not for nothing that he's my hero," Yan whispered to herself. She blushed with emotion, looking at her hero. I think she was secretly in love with the boy. "Miss Yan, why are you frozen? Hurry up!" the alien guy addressed the girl. "Yeah. I'll cast a spell," she decided. She really liked a boy named Cheng. She walked towards him. "Don't be afraid. He won't even twitch," Ching told the girl, calming her down so that she wouldn't suddenly get scared. The guy kept his spear above him and his foot on the chest of the winged vile Yaksha. Then something strange began to happen. The covered manuscripts began to move in the girl's hand. For no apparent reason, she approached the lying demon and stuck this strange piece of paper on his face, after which the zombie monster arched back, emitting a terrible scream. Some kind of bluish smoke was coming out of his mouth, and the demon kept writhing, apparently in pain. Then some kind of whirlwind began to spin from the center of the mountain, rising to the sky. Smoke, dust, bright blue light. It was a strange funnel. "My chin is making history," Grandfather Coney thought, holding his long mustache. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longyan Mountain. There, the capture group exterminated the zombies, preventing them from reaching the mountain. The scout girl was still fighting the zombies without laying down her arms. Her capture team tried their best, and the girl officer was not simple. She fired from 2 pistols at once, knocking more than 100 zombies to the ground. "Look, the zombies scattered!" exclaimed the subordinate girls of the commander. Indeed, all the zombies began to disappear. They crumbled one after another, like sand sinking into the ground. "So the Spearmaster succeeded," said Joe. She was incredibly happy about the boy's victory over the zombie leader. "It's a pity I didn't get to see him at the moment of victory." She was upset, sighing heavily. She bowed her head down. "I, Juan-kun, await your orders, my lady," said the zombie monster, kneeling in front of his granddaughter Yan. "Admit your mistake, villain, and in the future, do everything to make amends, sparing no effort." The girl answered him. That's how they tamed another monster. "Master, you didn't kill the leader, and even handed him over to the Yan family," The notification bug addressed the vacationer lying on his faithful horse Chen. "Aren't you afraid that the system won't count your reward?" the bug continued. "They say it is better to give than to receive." "But you're not a person. You can't understand," the boy answered the bug. The system doesn't know how to feel anger, the guy thought. After all, somehow strangely, the bug turned away and flew away sharply. "I asked you not to be nice to others." Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, the system was getting angry. Smoke was already coming out of it. The boy saw some kind of shadow in the form of a silhouette of a girl. It's somehow strange where the bug flew off. What? It turns out that the system can change its appearance, the boy now realized. "Continuing to be in the crater of meat, I, Xuan Kuei, am waiting for your orders, madam." This is how the winged demon addressed the girl, the granddaughter of Grandfather Hong. She extended her hand to shake in reconciliation. After all, now she has a personal servant. The girl was very surprised because the monster was now really calm and quiet. He was very calm after everything. "Let everyone see your fist-fighting technique." "Wow, quite elegant, very good. Show everything you can," the team soldiers asked him. "Are you really my system?" Chung, meanwhile, asked the bug in shock. "Hello." The bug in the guise of a cute girl answered him. The boy almost lost his jaw. She moved closer to him to close his hanging mouth. "Why did your face suddenly change?" "You're behaving like an insensitive Casanova," the system said, covering his mouth with a finger. "Why are you leaning so close?" "We're not close as a guy and a girl," the boy asked her, blushing very much from embarrassment. "Boy and girl, where does it say that I'm a girl? Have you already come up with all sorts of obscenities with me?" exclaimed the system. "No, of course not," Chung replied. "Yes?" "It turns out I falsely accused you, master," the system continued to say. The girl jumped into his arms. "System, let's talk some other time," the boy whispered, blushing even more. "Cheng, who are you talking to?" The alien guy turned to him. They all looked at him strangely, surprised. "Not with anyone. Did you hear something?" the boy asked the team, hoping that no one heard or saw anything. "Why are you panicking?" "I'm already back in stealth mode," the beeper reassured the boy. Hiding back, returning to her previous appearance. "Chung, have you decided to practice wushu stances and breathing exercises?" the alien asked him. "This is discipline, a worthy spearmaster." Granddaughter Yan joined the conversation. West of Hunan Province, courtyard of the Yan family residence. After settling the unrest with the zombies, people learned that the Spearmaster had temporarily taken up residence in the Yan family's house, which they surrounded. "Look!" the fans around exclaimed again. Everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and turned in the direction where Chung was. "Spearmaster! There he is!" People pointed with their fingers, rejoicing at his appearance. The boy was racing on a huge, powerful bike, cutting through the dust on the roads of the province. "Thank you!" All that could be heard were exclamations around. "Zombie enemy! Star of Hunan!" People continued to exclaim, being very grateful to the boy's savior. "I planned to return home last night, but Old Man Coney turned out to be cunning." The boy, after dinner and a strong drink, collapsed with his head right on the table. "He got me drunk, sent me to Chin's room and locked the door. He doesn't know mercy," thought the upset guy. "In the end, everything is as it is. I hope nothing bad happened last night," the boy thought, having come to his senses. "Spearmaster, thanks for helping us out. Here's a gift for you." One of the crowd addressed him. It was a boy. "Thank you, but I wasn't the only one who saved you," the boy answered, accepting the gift. "This is infused vodka with Viper, passed down to me from my grandfather. Its effect is extraordinary," they explained to Cheng. "And please accept our gratitude. From me too," they shouted around, showering him with gifts. A dozen Far Eastern turtles, beans with pepper and salted duck, aromatic bean cheese, an old rooster. This is the variety the boy was now rich in. "Hero of Hunan!" everyone around exclaimed. The great master goes home with rich spoils. Your fellow countrymen will not forget you." This was the ovation that greeted the great brave hero Cheng. "And you are popular. Maybe we can change your image and rename you a knight on 3 wheels," the system suggested to him. "By the way, where did my old mask go?" the boy asked the system. "Are you going to joke with me?" "But he himself didn't have any information about zombies," the boy said to the beetle. "What can you do? The system is not omnipotent." "I can only rely on energy fluctuations," the bug said, waving his arms. "For some reason, I suddenly had a strange feeling. As if a criminal escaped punishment," Chung thought. "We will miss you. Our heroes are rescuers." The grateful people shouted goodbye. "When will we see each other again?" said the Chin girl, with tears in her eyes. In her hands was a boy's mask. Now it's clear who stole it. "Check out our fitness and swimming services." A man was walking around handing out flyers. "No need," the fat guy answered him with ice cream in his hands. "Your lifestyle will lead you to your grave," the man with the flyer threw after him. "Fitness? Am I not going to be able to eat fried chicken and will have to give up bad habits?" said the fat man. "The further you go, the worse business goes. Maybe open a shop and sell tea with milk," the man thought. "Once upon a time, a new hotel opened here," thought the same man with flyers. He walked along the narrow street by himself, quietly thinking, "Stupid people don't value a well-built body at all. Such biceps, even draw them in a picture. They are so beautiful and full of strength," the man thought to himself while looking in the mirror. "And the pectoral muscles seem to look even better than 2 days ago." Looking at himself, he enjoyed his body. "Young man," a woman turned to him. She smiled sweetly at him, as if luring him. "You worked hard today. Would you like to come and sing karaoke today and relax?" This person continued to seduce him. "Girls will like your muscles," she whispered to the man with her painted lips. "Karaoke is great, I agree," the man answered her. Of course, he could not refuse the lady. "Then, come in, let's have some fun." The woman hugged him and pressed herself against him and continued to seduce him. "You destroyed my shop." The projectile was fired straight into the chest. "But let me download it finally." They sang karaoke together. "Are you tired?" "Do you want to sleep?" the girl asked him later. "Some kind of wall, Putin with spiders, an interesting effect. What bliss. Let's do it one more time, beauty," the man continued. He succumbed more and more to his lustful nature. Further, we see a cave with spiders and cobwebs. Before us is a huge spider, underground cave of the bonds of love, and a bunch of cocons hanging around. Some girl crawled out as if from a spider. A very strange sight. "You did a good job today, sisters, except for you, Chini," the queen said, turning to the girl standing in front of her. "Just look who you brought," the others laughed at her. "I didn't do it on purpose," the girl answered, almost crying. The guy lay face down in front of the queen. "Skinny," said the woman in the cherry dress. "He looks like someone who works in delivery at night in order to somehow survive." "Where can such a person have vitality?" The woman continued to interrogate her. "Do you want me to poison myself with it?" she continued. "You're no use," she kept scolding the poor frightened girl. "Sorry," the girl whispered in response. "Sisters, take care of her," the woman said, waving her hand and leaving. "I don't want to. Let me go. I'll try." The girl waved her off. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Ching, you're not doing well. Go ahead. Try your best to please the mistress." The spider girls intimidated her, starting to envelop her in a web, but still letting her go. The lady, meanwhile, laughed at what was happening. And a girl named Ching was stuck to the sofa with cobwebs on all sides, her arms and legs as if with ropes. "I think this is the place," someone said while walking along the street. "Fitness for $300. Someone read this while looking at the 2 beefy guys in the photo. "Mr. Cheng is a spear master. I also don't want to remain fat forever. From this day on, I will start losing weight, so that when Chung returns, he will be a different person," decided the fat man Chan. Here, he was abruptly distracted from this flyer, as a fallen girl was sitting on the asphalt in front of him. "Girl, are you okay?" he asked her, looking into her big, bright eyes. A whole line of people was moving into the inner training hall. There were some healthy muscle men swinging there, lifting heavy weights. The gazes of all these men are fixed on the girl next to whom Fat Chan was training. An angelic girl who doesn't want to go shopping or go out and spends a huge amount of time with me, taking care of me. It's not surprising that they are all so jealous, the fat man thought proudly about this. I hope that my sincere heart will bring new hope to everyone in their lives. Success is a wonderful feeling, thought a boy named Chan. The main National Intelligence Bureau is GNRB. Mr. Song, we are here. A loud voice was heard. The main Intelligence Bureau needs you. I hope you arrive promptly. Signed below, Old Zhao. Zhao Ling calls herself Boss Zhao, so she considers herself a beautiful invader. Chung thought while reading this note. Mr. Cheng here, the man said, opening the car door for him. The boy came out. Finally it happened, the guy thought. He walked into a huge, bright building in a chic, expensive suit. A little check. Most likely, Captain Zhang revealed the evil. Something unusual. That's why she needs my help, said the boy. I complete the scan. No oncoming passers-by. There is some strange group of people there, the system said. A crowd of people rushed, pushing Chung away. Get out of the way! Get away! They shouted, waving their arms. Hey! The boy exclaimed, not understanding what was happening, that they were swinging here. Master Longho, master of wind and clouds, a powerful magician, a descendant of a god. The master is coming. Get out of the way, they shouted. Wow, this is the youngest Master Longhuo in history. He's so cool, Chung exclaimed, looking at the procession. Unacceptable. How dare you look directly at the master? The man next to him exclaimed, pushing the boy away. Go away, motionless. What's going on? The man exclaimed, pushing Cheng. And the guy stood rooted to the spot. Please leave, the boy asked. He had already sent the man pushing him flying to the ground. This is a follower of my religion. Stop, said the man with gray hair. My name is Zhang Lin, from Longshuo Mountain. You injured my student. Do you think you can just leave? The teacher continued, approaching Cheng. Annoying, the boy exhaled. Well, it's not a problem when someone can't hold the leash tighter, Chung said. But it's so annoying when the dog's owner bites just as madly, the boy continued. If you say so, then forgive me for the behavior of this Zhan Lin. A serious guy with gray hair answered him. Mighty master, teach him a lesson. Our Longshuo Mountain is not so easy to offend. Such a pathetic guy, but he dares to say that. The students screamed around him. General Zhang, why are you here? Are there any distinguished guests whom you have come to greet personally? She asked him. Master Zhang, Comrade General addressed him. Mount Longshuo is completely subordinated to the nation. This is our commitment. You should definitely like it, said the guy with gray hair. Finally we met. Zhong Yu Zheng, the general turned to Cheng. You are so talented. I was right when I invited you, exclaimed the general, shaking the boy's hand. The master almost lost his jaw when he saw this. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao San. You can call me Old Zhao. The general introduced himself to him. Come in. Let's talk inside. The general led him into the building. All the teachers and students remained on the street with their mouths open. They did not expect such a turn of events. Zhao, Boss Sin, he began the conversation. He is the founder god of the formed nation. Zhao Xing, the boy helped his eyes. It turns out that this party was organized by Mr. Zhao. It was mainly attended by people who helped with the affairs of the GNRB. I understood after listening to Old Zhao. My reputation as a hero has long been revealed because the gaze of the providential system is very powerful. Quite fortunate that they blocked my information. Only senior officers can see it. Of course, old Zhao secretly invited me here not only to participate in the party. What? Are you offering to join the GNRB? Asked Cheng. But I'm so used to freedom. I'm afraid that, the boy thought. Don't give up right away. From my observations, you have outstanding ability in any situation. Of course, I don't want to interfere in your affairs, but I could help you. For example, to protect your family, share information or army. The general offered him a perspective. Let me think, the guy answered, holding his chin with his hand. Due to some internal problems, we temporarily did not finance this officially, the general continued. Grandfather, you force me to greet guests. I arrived there, the granddaughter began. Great hero. Why are you here? The girl asked Cheng. Captain Zhao, I'm here for... Zhao Ling, I shouldn't know that my status was revealed, the boy thought. Okay, I didn't say anything. This must be my grandfather. He read my diary without my permission, the girl said. Grandfather was surprised. Mr. Zhao, little Ling. I found you both, said the teacher, a gray-haired guy. This damn master wanted to show off. He changed his second suit. I thought about the guy Cheng. Master Zhao, let me invite your charming granddaughter to a dance. He turned to the general. Thank you, the girl replied. Yes. As I thought, no one will interfere with me, thought the gray-haired guy. It's a pity that I've already been invited, the girl answered, and approached Cheng, pretending that he had already invited her. Wait, I'm her partner, the boy thought. This idiot again, thought the gray-haired man. Miss Ling, are you really serious now? The guy continued. One of the students whispered something in the teacher's ear. I'm sorry, but I have some work to do, he exclaimed as he left. Jerk! He just ruined everything, the granddaughter thought. Well then, my partner, Chung began. You are a great hero, but be more serious. You don't know how to dance. This time you won't get off easy, the system advised him. You're not helping, you're only hindering. The boy thought about the bug. What did you just say? Asked the granddaughter. Nothing, Chung replied. Come a little closer. The music will start playing now. She turned to the boy. He pressed her to him and immediately turned his face away as if scared. If the boss is disgraced, then I will be disgraced, the system explained. Relax. Follow me, she continued. Surprised. I didn't think you danced so well, Zhao's granddaughter told the boy. What's happening? It's a terrible feeling, the guy thought. Thanks to the control of the system, I can follow the rhythm. In the end, not only did he not disgrace himself, but he also showed himself well. Of course, this is not my idea, Chung continued to reason. Who is this guy? He convinced her to skip Zhao's invitation. He could argue with Mr. Zhao. We should not look at it from a high level. We discussed it from the outside. Something came to the boy on the phone. Interesting, he thought. Boss, we urgently need your help. The boy received the phone call. Old man, help me out. Hurry up. Save me. Fatty Chan wailed. I love torturing fatties like you. Come and try human sashimi, they threatened the fat man. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you soon, the boy exclaimed. Yanjo, it's here. Not at all what I imagined. Complete harmony, Chung thought, while he went to help his friend. Fatty Chan, he began in surprise. What are you doing? Are you sick? The boy asked. Friend, I caught the virus, the fat man answered him. Virus of love, Chan exclaimed, raising his hands from the emotions overwhelming him. Fatty Chan explained for half a day, and only then Chung understood everything. While we were fighting zombies, Fat Man Chan met an angelic girl. Xiao Qi didn't care about his appearance at all. She only cared about his health with all her heart. She never asked to go shopping with her, but only wants to run with me in the gym, said the fat man. So what? Chung asked in response. But there is something. I want to confess to her. And buddy, you've been through this before, so... Chan continued. Well, yes, the boy laughed. And you have become more open. So be it, Don Juan, to share a couple of tricks, he continued. Look there! It's her! The fat man showed the girl. She was heading to the training room. Does she work at the gym? Chung asked. I think not, the guy answered him. Does it even work? Oh, I still don't recognize her so much, he thought. What's wrong here? Chung was now wary. Friend, here is the first trick of any Don Juan. Without preparation, confidently pull out the rose. He began his teachings. Your confession can wait, said Cheng, and he headed into the building. Friend, why are you doing this to me? Exclaimed the fat man. Isn't it too much to follow your best friend's beloved? Chung thought, already following her. However, this Xiao, something is wrong with her. The boy continued to doubt her. It would be great if she's okay, Chung thought. Ah! Chung exclaimed. Some woman ran into him like she crashed into him by accident. What a strong man. I hurt myself so badly, she said. I'm sorry, he replied. If you really want to apologize, then come relax with me. Over there, the insidious woman pointed. Meanwhile, Xiao entered the chambers where this strange woman was leading him. Okay, no problem. Lean on me, he allegedly agreed. Let's quickly run there. You urgently need to rest, he continued. Indeed, what a big guy. Sister, you will definitely like you. The insidious woman thought, meanwhile, before us is the inner corridor of the bonds of love. Please come here, brother, she lured the boy. This is really a brothel, thought Cheng. Don't be shy, brother. Come here and have fun with us, said the scent girls. Wait, is it really the beloved of Fat Man Chan? Works here too? We need to figure it out. These flirty girls are not my type, Chung began. Can you bring me the blonde? Preferably with short hair and pretty, he said. A cute girl, the cutest one. It looks like he's looking for Xiao Qi, although she has no experience at all, thought the lady. The sisters heard everything. Now we'll arrange it, continued the insidious lady. We haven't finished our homework yet, but we came to you, brother, the libertines began. Brother doesn't pay attention to us. Brother, don't be so cruel, they said. Bring back your mentor. Tired of living? Do you dare to anger Mount Longshuo? The students flew in with indignation. I'll be back soon. Don't start without me, the lady said and quickly left. Shit! She screamed. All the warrior students were scattered on the floor in a sticky web. How many times have I told you? In this world, be quieter than water, lower than the grass. I need to think things over. Even though these people are better than the usual sort, they still aren't worth it, thought the woman. Madam, don't be so upset about this garbage. Today the sisters received top-quality goods, said one of the girls. Now I'll bring him, she exclaimed and headed towards the exit. Meanwhile, some kind of explosion occurred. Pieces of the wall, smoke and dust were flying, and through the clouds of smoke, Cheng's satisfied face. A little quiz. Guess who came? The sleeping pills had no effect on Cheng. Fatty Chan came for Miao. Master Zhang will repay his students. Who are you? The lady got angry at Cheng. Longshaw warriors. There just weren't enough of them here. But how many of them are there? Exclaimed the insidious woman. Sister, it looks like those monks decided to break in here, she continued. But this doesn't fit into any gates, someone's voice was heard. It looks like these little brats have taken up residence here. You shouldn't have killed our brothers, exclaimed the guy with gray hair. What other brothers? Those who came for our services. I lost my temper a little and sent them away, the girl said. Warriors, said the gray-haired boy. Not a step back, he gave the command to his fighters. Then the heel of that insidious woman hit the guy in the face. She cracked the boy and watched as the warriors took revenge for their killed soldiers. I'm not afraid of scum like you, the insidious lady continued. Please have mercy. Let me go. Eat my brothers to your heart's content. They're delicious, the gray-haired man mumbled, lying on the floor under a sharp heel. Yes, they are really tasty, the lady answered him. Let me teach you a lesson, she continued. First try to eat my sand net, the woman said, laughing. The gray-haired guy stood up, preparing for defense. Madam, the girl shouted, turning to the insidious one. Makeup artists, cameraman, everyone arrived. Start filming. The gray-haired man gave the command to his students. We continue our series of reports on taming demons. Our strong faith is not afraid of difficulties, the gray-haired man continued. The guy was approaching the insidious mistress sitting on the floor. "Why did you stand rooted to the spot? Help me," exclaimed the woman. "The private rooms of the bonds of love are before us. Look, there's a butterfly. A butterfly has arrived. Those people who came to cause a scandal. The sisters couldn't," said one of the girls. "What are you worried about? Have you forgotten what Our Lady is capable of?" "Listen, maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity," she continued. "And let's steal this yummy food," she said. Chung laughed, his cheeks glowing red. He almost fell into their network. "Friend, buddy, what are you doing here?" the fat man exclaimed, running to Cheng.